Ladies and gentlemen, just technical remark. If you keep the distance, if you keep one chair between you free, then it should be okay to take off the mask. But try to keep this distance. There should be control of the amount of attendees, but hopefully you will all fit in. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the National Technical Library. Welcome to Prague. Many of you know what's going on here. Many of you are maybe for the first time at this event. I'm Tomáš Sacher. I'm the director of the Czech Center in Berlin, and it's my pleasure to have a chance to be your guide through this conference. 2 days of wonderful discussions, presentations, and all of this devoted to a topic which is pretty crucial for Czech Republic, for Germany, for Europe, for what's going on in next years. That means the organizers, are pretty happy that we are even able to organize this event in the real world, not to do it online, to see each other offline. That also means, please think about those measures we all have to take care about. If you have a distance between you, you can take off the mask. If not, or if you just want to wear the mask, it's absolutely perfect. Please do it. It's always the priority that you feel comfortable with us here in this wonderful space. Next year, hopefully again, last year was just one missed chance to see each other. I want to thank all the partners to those institutions which are bringing us together on the border between Czech Republic and Germany, and who try to push those topics of innovation and science, to bring them on the table and to win more attention for this. Above all, I want to thank the German embassy in Prague. I want to thank the representation of the Free State of Saxony in Prague and the representation of Bavaria in the Czech Republic. All of those partners are pretty crucial for this cooperation. As you see, we have moved this topic on a level where not just Czech Republic and Germany meet, but also the states which are pretty closer to Czech Republic, maybe not even physically, but also in their minds. So it's pretty nice to see you here. I know many of the attendees had a real challenge to come here with the situation in the traffic in Germany. It's nowadays kind of complicated to get here, but many of you managed to do it. So it's your great work. Thank you a lot that you're there. The Czech side, the Technology Agency of the Czech Republic, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, and the Ministry of Environment of the Czech Republic. Those are the Czech partners which are also here in the role of co-hosts for this event. And we are about to start. We hope it will be interactive, because always it's important that you all take the chance to speak to each other, to take some active role. We have prepared some formats for you, especially for tomorrow, when you can really take an action and to present your ideas, to search for a new partner here in Czech Republic. There will be workshops, there will be bar camps, so please register at the entrance for the tomorrow workshops. And if you want, just tell us about your idea which could be used for this bar camp session. That means everybody who has some interesting project or idea is welcome to propose it as a workshop too for tomorrow. So, for the first introduction, I would like to ask the representatives of those institutions which are pretty important for us. Vladislav Smrš is the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Environment of the Czech Republic, and he will have the very first word. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, dear friends, it's a great honor to be here for me and speak to you on behalf of the Ministry of the Environment of the Czech Republic. And first of all, I would like to convey to regards of my minister, Mr. Brabec, and convey as well his regrets that he cannot be here today with us. I would like to thank organizers for choosing the topic of green growth and for succeeding in organizing this conference, or it's not a conference, it's an extraordinary session or event, in spite of unfavorable circumstances. Nature protection, environmental pollution, climate change knows no frontiers, doesn't respect official borders. Fortunately, our cooperation with Germany, with Saxony, with Bavaria, does not respect any borders as well, which is positive, and this conference is evidence of our cooperation. Our mutual cooperation and our attempt in environmental protection is long-term and long-lasting. It's great that we have succeeded in joining our forces to improve the green growth, improve the environment, improve our protection, our mutual attempt to protect our environment. And I'm originally from the north of Bohemia. I'm quite frequent visitor of Erzgebirge, Krušné hory. And it's a perfect evidence of the mutual cooperation. I like to visit quite often České Švýcarsko or Saxony, Schweiz in German side. And it's all, again, perfect evidence of mutual cooperation when it works. The same evidence is in Šumava and so on and so forth. I like the saying, don't put your expectation too high. So I do not expect any revolution outcome from this conference, but what I expect is that we move a bit our cooperation further, and we will find some specific project and topics where we can work on further, not only on the business but as well on a governmental level. And we have later on today the meeting with the Saxony Minister of Environment and Agriculture, and we have a few topics to discuss in this area as well. This might slightly but surely help to improve our attempt in the green growth and our overall Europe attempt to reach climate neutrality in 2050 and reach our quite ambitious goal to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions in 2030 by 55%. So I would like to express the appreciation and thanks to all organizers, as it is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, the representative of Saxony, Bavaria here in Prague, the Embassy of Germany, and as well the Czech Technological Agency for organizing this conference. And I wish you not only successful today, but as well tomorrow, and hopefully we will find another interesting topics and project for our future cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Minister. The next opening remark comes per video and is from Mr. Bernd Ziebler, the Minister of Science and Art of the Free State of Bavaria.
Dear Vice Minister for Environmental Affairs, Mr. Smirsch, dear Dr. Michel, dear speakers, ladies and gentlemen. This trilateral conference on green technologies and innovations in the Czech Republic, Saxony and Bavaria is right on time. Our three states have a lot in common. We are literally at the heart of Europe. And over time we have become not just neighbors, but trusted and reliable partners who are willing to shape our future together, without forgetting the lessons of the past. By strengthening our successful cross-border cooperation in science and innovation, we will also address climate change together. We must rise to the challenges of climate change boldly and as soon as possible. Therefore, our Bavarian Minister President Dr. Markus Söder has dedicated his latest government declaration to how Bavaria is going to tackle climate change. We are starting a major climate protection initiative. One of our goals is to achieve carbon neutrality by 2040. Let me just mention a few of the measures we have in mind. In the area of renewable energies, we are planning a massive expansion of photovoltaics. We are also restoring marshes and swamps in order to create a natural storage for carbon dioxide. We promote timber construction as one of the most climate-friendly construction methods. By setting up more charging stations all over Bavaria, we want to further electromobility. We will make the university location Weinstefan-Triesdorf a competence center for climate-friendly agriculture. and we are planning a center of excellence for climate protection through digitization. We want to play our part in helping Europe become the leading region for innovative climate protection. For that, we need to find sustainable solutions. This is why Bavaria is investing massively in climate research and clean tech. By 2040, the Free State of Bavaria will have invested 22 billion euros. This is truly an ambitious program. Additionally, we have already launched two impressive programs, our Bavarian High-Tech Agenda and our High-Tech Agenda Plus. But nobody can fight climate change on their own. Therefore, I want to thank the organizers of this conference. By bringing together experts from the Czech Republic, Saxony and Bavaria, you are making an important contribution to fight climate change. My special thanks go to all of my colleagues and everybody involved at the Ministry of the Environment and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic from Saxony, at the Technology Agency of the Czech Republic, and everybody at the German Embassy and the Bavarian representation here in Prague for making this conference possible. Last but not least, I want to thank everybody from our Bavarian funding and R&D organizations. Your commitments to our international scientific relationships have a huge impact. You're making a difference. However, my biggest thank you goes to all of you from the Czech Republic, Saxony and Bavaria attending this trilateral conference, for your hard work on new concepts and innovative solutions. With your cross-border collaborations, we can create the conditions to fight climate change effectively. Thank you for your dedication. I am sure the conference will be a great success. Yours, Bernd Siebler.
And I would like to ask Mr. David Michel for his opening remark. He's the head of the liaison office of Saxony in Prague.
Thank you very much, Thomas Sacher, for introducing us into this conference and for the moderation today. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Deputy Minister Smirsch, dear Hannes Lachmann, dear colleagues, dear friends. I would like to welcome you to this year's Innovation Conference, which is dedicated to the topic of green technologies and innovation in Czechia, Bavaria and Saxony. The conference today and tomorrow shall give an insight at current levels of innovation in different areas of green technologies and sustainable solutions, and will provide a platform of exchange for researchers, companies and policymakers. Why we have chosen the topic of green technologies? Well, environmental challenges due to the climate change and environmental degradation are essential threats for Europe and the world. The European Green Deal, therefore, aims to create a transition to a modern, resource-efficient and competitive economy that emits no net greenhouse gas by 2050, decouples its growth from resource use, and leaves no one, neither people or regions, behind. The European Green Deal should also let us out of the corona crisis. 1/3 of the investments from the Next Generation EU construction package and the EU 7 years budget, totaling 1.8 billion euros, will go into the Green Deal. With a view to the future of the next generation, it is the responsibility of all of us to slow down climate change and achieve climate neutrality. Climate protection holds enormous innovation potential and many opportunities for the companies. These challenges and the view into the future will occupy us today and tomorrow in our event. This innovation conference, dear ladies and gentlemen, is a part of a succession of previous conferences that we started with the liaison office of the Free State of Saxony already in 2015. First on the topics of the energy sector, then on raw materials and materials, then on biomedicine. Always with an increasing number of participants from Czechia and the Free State of Saxony every year. The basic idea of this conference and was to further networking scientists from both countries and providing them with a platform for professional exchange in specific scientific and research areas, as well as the cross-border exchange of experience and cooperation, and this was successful so far. Increasingly, company representatives also became aware of this format, so that they were given also access to the innovation conference in order to expand the networking between science and business. In the past years, the circle of participants in the planning and implementation of the conference was also expanded. Together with the German Embassy and the Bavarian Representative Office here in Prague, we were able to realize the innovation conference on the topics of e-mobility, autonomous driving, and artificial intelligence. With this conference format, we not only support the networking between science, research, and business across borders, but we also networked on the side of the organizers. I would like to thank as well the Czech Technological Agency, TAČR, the Technical Library, and all above, the Czech Ministry of Environment and the Czech Ministry of Foreign Affairs for their intensive cooperation in the preparation and realization of this conference. Without such cross-institutional cooperation, such an event would be difficult to realize. I would also like to sincerely thank the speakers of the today's and tomorrow's conference, as well as you, the participants of this conference, for coming to this place. I wish you an exciting and informative 2 days and a successful exchange among yourselves. And now I hand over to the moderator of this conference, Thomas Sacher, who will inform you about the course of today and tomorrow. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michel. So we have now 3 keynotes which will be presented, 2 of them offline and 1 online. That's pretty good, I would say. And right after, we will hear short presentations, like there are 6 of them with specific projects which can be interesting for you, even for in terms of cooperation or new partnerships. Let's see. But the keynotes are really important for even framing the whole topic of this special day, because the sustainable future, our topic, is something which seems to be more and more intense part of almost every agenda we discuss on the European level. So it's nothing like a part of economy, a specific topic which we could just leave on the side. This is kind of a game changer. And for this broader framework, we have invited Mr. Professor Dirk Rübelke from the Technical University Bergakademie Freiburg. He's here and he will take the floor now and have his presentation. Important is that you can and you should write down some questions. You can use the channel on Slido with this number. Just type it on the website and then you will directly see the feed where you can ask anything or maybe even comment. And after roughly 25 minutes of the presentations, we will have a chance to ask maybe even offline again. So, Mr. Professor, the floor is yours.
So, Mr. Sacher, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my presentation, I see, thank you, is about the scene for eco-innovations as it is set by 2 international agreements. The first is a Paris Agreement on climate change from 2015, and the second one, which I consider here, is the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The presentation is organized as follows. First, I will take a general look at the sustainability triangle in order to illustrate the different dimensions of sustainability. I will do this by way of example. That means I will take a look at sustainability aspects of climate policy and climatic change. Thereafter, I will turn to the aforementioned agreements and will shortly explain their general structure and their interlinkages. Thereafter, I will narrow the view. I will take a closer look at European climate policy and how this policy seeks to address the objectives of the two agreements. A key aspect or key approach in the European policy is eco-innovations. So supporting green technologies. And so in the fourth part of this presentation, I will take a closer look at one particular sector, which has recently also gained attention again, when there was a discussion about cross-border adjustment mechanisms, so that you find ways to protect infant green technologies. Yeah, and after that, I will, it's a sealed sector, and after that I will give some final remarks on challenges for policy making in this context. Yeah, I guess this is quite familiar to the most of you. It's a sustainability triangle that illustrates that eco-innovations should not only take into account environmental sustainability, but we also have to take into account economic and social aspects. Yeah, I think it will become clear when I address the individual agreement that also the policy focus has broadened to different aspects. So let me first turn to environmental sustainability. Here is a figure about the development or anomalies of the globe temperature. Yeah, you find similar depictions for different reference years. Here's a period 51 to 1980, and you see temperatures are increasing. Yeah, and now there's a new IPCC report describing what risks are associated with this development. I only chose here one example, which has recently also been addressed by a study from PIC, Research Institute for Potsdam. In this study, it was described that the ocean currents are weakening. Yeah, so what happens? The temperature is increasing. Ice is melting, for example, in Greenland. So sweet water, there's an influx of sweet water, which tends to weaken the transport of, in particular for Europe, it's important, of warm water to Europe. Yeah, we have this Gulf Stream. Okay, the Gulf Stream transporting warm water up there to Europe. And a threat which is seen is that this transport will stop. Yeah, then we have a tipping point, implying that the temperatures in Europe may change significantly. It could become cold. But it's hard to say what really will happen because you have irreversible processes. You do not really know what will be the consequences, but regional climates might change. So it's a bit difficult to forecast what will be in the future. So what we did with respect to economic sustainability, we took a look back. In a recent study, we observed the development, you see here in this map, Europe, yeah, the developments in the recent decades with respect to droughts, frequency of droughts. And you see the yellow and red areas displaying those areas where droughts have become more frequent. And it is supposed that in the course of climate change, this will become more severe. We took a look at Germany in the year 2018, in particular at the summer months. There was a drought in Germany, heat wave, and this caused trouble for power generation because power plants need water for cooling purposes. And there was not sufficient cooling water. So what happened is, you see here different spots of power plants which had to reduce production or even to stop production of electricity. Alone in these 3 months, we could observe for these affected power plants a loss in revenues of about 46 million euro. So there's an effect on the economic sphere. And the third dimension of sustainability I would like to address with an example, not sustainability threatened by climate change, but sustainability affected by climate protection. So you accomplish a policy. In our case, in our study here, the coal phase out in Germany. Yeah? And this is desirable. Yeah? From an environmental point of view, there's a coal phase out, it's good for the environment, but it has also other effects on other components of sustainability. So coal exporters, which export coal to Germany, will of course be affected. So we took a look at different countries, coal exporting countries. We took a look at China exporting solar panels and tried to observe what could be consequences on fields beyond just the climate sphere. Yeah? And here's the example of Russia. Yeah? And what we observed was that it's a coal exporting country, exporting coal to Germany, that there are different effects on sustainable development in Russia. There are minor effects, but you can observe effects. And here the first one on poverty and income equality, we saw for different scenarios, yes, so you see different bars, different scenarios, that there would be a negative effect. I highlight this because when I now turn to the international agreements, you will see that that we can experience sometimes not only positive sustainability effect in all dimensions. It could also be that you support one environmental sustainability dimension, but have negative effects on others. Yeah, the first agreement I would like to address is the UN Agenda, 2030 Agenda. And there are 17 goals subdivided in 169 targets. And then there are in turn more than 200 indicators which were stipulated by the UN. And of particular relevance here is now, of course, 13, goal 13, which is closely related with the Paris Agreement, of course. Yeah? But here in this agreement, it's only one of 17 goals which are to be addressed. Yeah, so here we do not focus too much on climate. We have many aspects which are to be taken into account: social, economic, and environmental. Yeah, and the climate agreement from Paris, it intends to limit the warming of the planet. Yeah, it should remain below 2 degrees, sorry. But it also stresses, already in Article 2, that the protection, the attainment of these climate goals should be pursued in the context of sustainable development. You can also see this in Article 6 and other parts of this agreement. Article 6 is very important because it establishes mechanisms for international cooperation. Yeah, and here, if you see the discussion, it's more or less seen as a dual objective here to pursue climate protection and at the same time address other sustainable development goals. So we have a kind of mandatory co-effect or co-benefit, or ancillary benefit, which is to be pursued. Yeah, you can see this especially in the mechanism which will follow the CDM, the Clean Development Mechanism. There's a lot of discussion on such co-effects. Yeah, and recently we have published a book taking stock of the present research on this issue. Well, it's nice to have such synergies. Yeah, so in the ideal case, which I will present here, you have a climate protection project, yeah, and you have the primary objective of climate policies, of course, climate protection. Yeah, you address Sustainable Development Goal 13, and if you have a good project, you also have other co-benefits. Yeah, and so everything is beneficial. You have primary benefits and ancillary benefits. Now I return to the case of Russia, or the example of Russia before. Yeah? Of course, it's very unlikely that all climate projects will only generate positive sustainability effects. So you have some trade-offs, and you have to make decisions and weighing what is now more important for you if you have trade-offs. You can also see this structure in European policy, yeah, which is much influenced by the Green Deal, including, for example, the 2030 Climate Target Plan. So the target for the EU is to limit, of course, greenhouse gas emissions. They should be cut by at least 55% until 2030. And Europe intends to be, or EU intends to be climate neutral by 2050. But if you look into, sorry, if you look into the package, you see that there are also other objectives mentioned. Yeah, for example, socially fair transition, which would be in line with, would be incorporated by Sustainable Development Goal 10, which is addressed by the Social Climate Fund of the EU. Or for us here at the conference, it's important to have the twin goal or additional goal of spurring green innovation. So it's an additional goal, additional objective, but at the same time, green innovations, of course, support the primary objective of climate protection, and you cannot reach climate neutrality without these innovations. Of course, very interesting are sectors where you have a lot of pollution. Yeah, so energy-intensive and carbon-intensive sectors are attractive because you can reduce emissions a lot. But at the same time, if you put a load on these sectors, there's a high risk of carbon leakage. Yeah, and one of these sectors is the steel sector. It's very carbon-intensive, and that's why this sector is put on the carbon leakage list of the EU, so that this sector gets emission trading allowances for free. Yeah? But with further reduction of the quantity of allowances, the free allocation will also shrink. This poses a risk for this sector, yeah? And in particular when you intend to make this sector carbon-free. Because then you cannot stay with the old technologies, which you apply at the moment, but you have to seek for other options, yeah, which I will illustrate in a couple of seconds. Let me shortly illustrate the carbon leakage. We have here green, it's the EU. Imagine that there are further limitations on greenhouse gas emissions, then this would imply a reduction of CO2 in the green area, so in Europe. But if you relocate production to China or India, there's a risk that steel is produced even more inefficiently, yeah, with a higher amount of emissions, yeah, and this would or could bring about a global increase in emissions. So a policy in Europe which is meant to be good could have negative consequences on a global scale. Yeah, I will have here also a depiction illustrating one steel component here, cold rolled steel. And you see here that Europe is more efficient, produces less CO2 per ton of steel relatively to other production areas. So it's not so unlikely that such a carbon leakage will be bad for global climate. And that's why you should try to prevent this. And you also have, of course, effects on other sustainable development areas. Yeah, for example, you will lose decent jobs in Europe. Yeah, so this is also one of the sustainable development goals to generate decent work. Yeah, you can have local air pollution effects in countries which are producing in a polluting way. Yeah, so by preventing carbon leakage, you can generate so-called primary and ancillary benefits. Of course, there could be also ancillary cost. We're talking about the steel sector, and here I will shortly display the relevance of this sector. So it's not a minor sector, it's really of economic importance. And you can also see here different sites in Europe where steel is produced, also here in the Czech Republic, for example, in Pilsen. And you see here different colors reflecting different production routes. Yeah. To shorten it a bit, the two routes on the left-hand side are the standard routes. Yeah, they differ slightly in emissions. The EAF route is a bit more climate-friendly, but needs a lot of scrap. Yeah? But the future is seen more in those technologies on the right-hand side. One with CCS, which at least in Germany is not a major topic at the moment because there's some resistance, political opposition against it. Not in my backyard problem. So what we did, we took a look at the redly indicated route using green hydrogen for the production. Yeah? And what we wanted to find out in a study whether how we can protect this infant technology to make sure that we can reach climate neutrality in Europe. Before I turn to this study, the EU recently proposed a carbon border adjustment mechanism. Yeah? And it's based on certificates to cover the embedded emissions in imports. So importers of products to Europe should pay a price for the carbon included in the imported goods. So that the prices of carbon of domestically produced goods and imported goods is equalized. Yeah? So that there's no benefit for polluting countries exporting their dirty products to Germany or to Czech Republic or to any other European country. It was proposed to apply this to different sectors. One of the sectors is the iron and steel sector and has been recently discussed very, very much. So what we try to do is to find out how high must be such a carbon tax be to keep the green production, green hydrogen based production competitive. So we did not look at the certificate price, we took a look at the industry and wanted to compare the cost of production. And we found that the carbon tax, cross-border carbon tax should be between 40 and 130 euros, which is a very broad range because we have high uncertainties concerning the price of green hydrogen. Yeah? The 40 euros is a lower limit, yeah? And this would, however, require that the price of green hydrogen would halve. Yeah? So you would have to reduce it by 50%. there are high fluctuations in the price, so we do not really know will the mechanism be sufficient to protect green steel production. Yeah, at the moment, we have a carbon ETS allowance price of around 50-60 euros. So it could be sufficient, especially when you expect an increase in the price. Yeah, but it may not. Yeah, but if it is not sufficient, and you dare to increase the cross-border tax, then you may get trouble with the WTO, yeah, because their provisions may not allow a further increase of the prices, yeah, which goes beyond the certificate price. Okay, final remarks. Okay, one of the main threats to sustainability is climatic change, and I presented here shortly 2 international agreements which address related challenges. Eco-innovations will play an important role to reach the objectives of these agreements. But these innovations do not only have to take into account the environmental dimension, but especially with reference to the UN agenda, we could see that there are also claims to address social and economic sustainability. This is also reflected in the Green Deal, not only when it comes to climate protection, it not only focuses on climate protection, but also on other sustainability goals. Yeah? And finally, the example of the steel sector illustrated that we should be careful with our policies. They could be counterproductive. So if we are too ambitious without sufficient capacity for green innovations, the regulations, environmental regulations, could be counterproductive on a global scale. Yeah, we could possibly observe a carbon leakage problem. So we should coordinate our policies internationally. We need smart schemes to protect infant green technologies. And in doing so, we have to take care of WTO provisions. And of course, there's the risk that there will be retaliation. So other countries which wish to export their products to Europe may take revenge. They may use such a mechanism like the carbon border adjustment mechanism as a pretext to limit European exports to their countries. Yeah? So this has also to be taken into account. So I hope I could give a short overview about some international developments spreading their influence to the European scale and eco-innovations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Professor. Keep your microphone, please. Yeah. We have like 2 or 3 minutes. So 2 questions from the audience. Steel from China means increased emissions. As long as emissions of transport is not taken into account, the lower price will be essential. How to change this?
Well, at the moment already Chinese steel is rather cheap, and nevertheless we have European steel production. Yeah, and I completely. If I would know the full answer to this, it would be great. However, I think the carbon adjustment mechanism, which is seen at the moment as a solution to the problem, might be too optimistic. Yeah? I think you can only make sure that such technologies remain here to have additional policies. For example, research subsidies could be a way. Yeah? Because you must see there's not only a cost effect, which is already negative for Europe. Yeah? We have overcapacities globally on the steel market. but there are companies which have to take the risk to invest in a new technology, in green steel production. Yeah? And so it's not only a cost that you compare actual cost, but you also have to take into account that there's some reluctance of companies to switch. Yeah, and from the cost side, of course, the Chinese could react. Yeah, if you have such a cross-border adjustment mechanism, who prevents the Chinese to invest in cleaner technologies? Yeah, and they have, from their labor force, they have already cost advantage. It will be rather difficult to address this. Yeah, so what I wanted to say is not that I can give you a solution to the problem. I just would like to give an indication that the solution which is proposed at the moment may not be sufficient. Yeah.
Maybe one more question is actually connected to this, what you are explaining now. Are there other innovative policy measures to balance out negative consequences of European sustainability measures on a global scale, apart from taxes and so on?
Yeah,
briefly, please, Mr. Professor.
Yeah, at the moment there's this discussion of climate clubs. Yeah, that you join with the Americans, for example, and say, well, we have a minimum regulation on carbon emissions, and in this club we do not implement any restrictions at the border. Yeah? Could be, but I think you have nevertheless still the same strategic problems. Yeah, everybody wants to sell his products, and so it's slightly different. I'm not so sure. It depends also on which incentives you give. Yeah, and some are optimistic and say, well, we will induce the Chinese also to do more. Yeah, could be, but maybe they just reduce their carbon emissions, which is good, but then they have to pay a lower carbon adjustment tax at the border, and then we have a competitive problem again. Yeah, and and you also have to see, of course, that we have also within Europe different technologies, and we wish, of course, if we want to become climate neutral, to substitute the old technologies by the new ones. Yeah, so there's not only a competition with companies abroad, but also within Europe, where you have different technologies, different production routes.
Okay, and one more question. It's a bit more concrete, but interesting, because we are still moving between those international, like Czech, German, and European levels. From Andrzej, you talked about a carbon tax on imported goods. That was the European level. So there is no initiative to produce CO2 abroad. Is there any initiative to start a carbon tax also in Germany, like on this national level simultaneously?
I didn't get it.
If I get this question right, is there any initiative in Germany, like to start a carbon tax on, like in Germany, with no direct connection to the European level, like to go maybe even further than the Europe does?
Yeah, we have a carbon tax on the national level, yeah, but I don't think that there are any ideas to have a cross-border adjustment mechanism only for Germany. Yeah, I think this will be on a global, on European scale.
We probably even not so easy to do it within the EU.
Yeah.
But okay. But Germany is actually the leader on the European level. So probably what Germany intends to do will have the influence on the European level soon. That's always the question, if the Germany will still be the leader in this sense. Maybe last question connected to this from my side. There's a new study from a prestigious institute in Germany dealing with the question of renewable energy, whether it's possible to take it 100% from the renewable sources. And we talked about it in the morning, and the study says, yes, it is. It is pretty much possible to take 100% of energy from the renewable sources. And you told me, okay, but this is not so clear as it is. The discussion is still going on. I'm asking because sometimes it seems like the comparison between the Czech Republic and the Germany is in this key point pretty, let's say, complicated, because the Germany seems sometimes as the visionary moving the whole Europe forward. But you told me, wait, hold on, it's not so easy.
Yeah, I think if I look not only at the recent study, but also the ones before, there was always, I mean, they talk about CCS as one major component, yeah, but you cannot, politically, you will not get carbon capture and storage. It will not take place in Germany in the near term, yeah, I would claim now, yeah, and but in these older studies, you see that they always calculated with CCS. Yeah, and you can do now the same with steel, yeah, that you say, well, we have a lot of hydrogen. Yeah, but you have to produce a hydrogen. Where does it come from? Green hydrogen. Yeah, you need renewable energy for this. Yeah, and there's some proposals to produce this in Africa. Yeah, but you need water also for the production. Yeah, where do you get the water? Do you take it from the sea and you need take the salt out? Yeah, where do you put the salt? There's so many questions. Yeah,
there are also skepticals, not only optimists.
I mean, you can always say, well, you generate many jobs with this, and it's all perfect. But there are co-benefits for sure, but also costs. I think, yeah, could be. I'm not fully convinced. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Professor, for your keynote. The second keynote comes from Mr. Michael Bittner, from Mr. Professor Michael Bittner from the German Aerospace Center, and it will also be held online. Hopefully we are already connected. Yes, there we are. So, Mr. Professor, the floor is yours.
For introducing my talk. I will now try to share my screen. Okay. So can you please confirm that you see the screen?
Yes, it works.
Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. And it is a real pleasure for me to give my presentation to you. Unfortunately, I was not able to come to Prague due to Corona politics in our institute here. Okay, let me start right away. Air quality. I think there is broad agreement that one of the central challenges of our time really is air quality. And I took this nice picture here from the recent book of Goldin and Muga, and it shows cases of death due to air pollution and due to violence including crime, suicide, and war. And just to make clear what you see here, the red circle of this size, as you see it down here in the left-hand side, means that you have 245 deaths due to air quality per 100,000 persons. And the red circle here shows the same, but due to violence. And well, if you look at this picture, it becomes quite clear that air quality is really a global killer, so to say. So I will talk about a little bit about the air quality issue, and I will focus more or less on the nitrogen dioxide business, NO2, in my presentation. Well, NO2 can be measured quite good from space using satellite-based measurements, and I have put with me this animation here, and that you are familiar with this topic. It shows the concentration of tropospheric NO2 column. That means that is a measure of the total column amount from the ground up to about 8 to 10 kilometers altitude. So please keep in mind, satellites do not measure directly the ground level NO2, but it measures something integrated between the ground and the troposphere. Nevertheless, it is a good indicator, a good proxy for ground level air quality. And what you see here is the February situation in 2019, and then in February 2020 over Asia. That is when China has a lockdown in February 2020, and you see the impressive reduction in NO2 concentration during the lockdown. So this is clearly an indication of the impact of industry activities or traffic on air quality. Now, what about Europe? The same here for Europe, and you see now again 2019 versus 2020 But now the time that we used here is from mid of March until mid of April, because the lockdowns in Europe took place later than in China. That was in this area between mid of March and mid of April. And again, you see quite impressively the shrinking of NO2 concentration in the industrial centers during the lockdown periods. So another point, I was talking, I told you that the satellites do not really catch the ground level NO2. And to overcome this a little bit and to look what happens really on the ground, we did the following here. We used ground-based measurements of NO2 taken in the region of Lombardy in Italy. And we looked at the temporal development of this ground-based NO2 concentration. And in parallel, we modeled the NO2 concentration on the ground for this region using a state-of-the-art model which can take account for the meteorology on the one side and the chemical process on the other side. But we did not let the model know about the lockdown. Okay, so the model does not know anything about the lockdown. And then we did the difference between the ground-based measurements on the one side and the model on the other side. And what you see is the result is given here in the picture. You see on the x-axis here, the time starts in February 2020, mid of February, and it runs until the mid of April 2020. And during the first part of the time series, up to about March 8, you see that the difference between the ground level NO2 measured by the stations and the model simulation oscillates between plus and minus a little bit, but in the mean, if you take the mean by eye here, it's 0. So that means in the grand picture, there is some coincidence between measurements and the model. And then what happens after the lockdown? On March 8, lockdown started in many countries, even also in Lombardy. And you see there's a systematic decrease here. So that means that you really see the impact of the lockdown on the NO2 concentration in microgram per cubic meter on the ground. And this is a huge amount. What you see here, it's roughly about 40% reduction of NO2 concentration due to the lockdown. Another example, what you see here is a part of Italy, northern Italy. It's the Po Valley, so to say, northern Italy. And that is the region where most of Italians' gross domestic product is being produced. And we looked at the NO2 development from 1996 until 2021 using satellite-based data, satellite-based measurements. So we put together all satellite measurements that are available during this period of time and come up with this time series here. And you see then the development of the NO2 concentration with time. And you see two things that characterize the structure of this time series. The first one is you see there is a decrease of NO2 concentration systematically over the decades. And this decrease from about 1996 until present is also in the order of about 40%. And there is broad agreement in the community that this reduction is mainly due to the regulations for clean air in Europe. So this is the good news. The second point is what you see is the seasonal variation. You see that we have large amounts of NO2 pollution during winter and lower amount of NO2 pollution during summer. That is simply the consequence of the heating period. And what we did now is we took out the seasonal cycle of this time series, and we come up with this curve here down there. This is the blue curve. This gives the remaining fluctuations after taking out the seasonal oscillation in the NO2 time series. And you can see already that the fluctuation is much more less systematically during about 2008 and 2013. Why is that so? And the answer is given here. What you see here in this picture is the temporal development of the gross domestic product of several countries in Europe. So we have on the x-axis 1996, it runs until 2020. And the pink curve that you see here is the development of the gross domestic product in Italy. And I should say that the GDP that is plotted here on the y-axis, it goes from 80% to 110%. That means you have to read it in the following way. The data of the GDP are normalized to the value in 2008. That is why all these data here meet in 2008 at 100%. And you see then the relative differences from that point onward and backward. So coming back to Italy, this is the pink curve. You see the GDP shows a strong decrease around 2008 and the years after that. And the reason for that is clear. There is no discussion any longer about the reason for that. That is the global financial crisis that started in 2008. And you see many countries were suffered from this. Some countries recovered quite quickly. But Italy did not, because after the global financial crisis, they had a second crisis that was a consequence of the economic development in their country. It is the so-called investment crisis, and that really dropped or led to a dropping of the GDP further down until about 2013, 2014, and you have a drop in total of about 20% of GDP. 20%, that means a fifth of the Italian industry was really vanishing in these years, unfortunately. And today, the GDP of Italy is now on the status of about the year 2000, 20 years ago. Okay, so now remember the fluctuation curve that I showed you a minute ago. If you take this fluctuation curve and do what we call a spectral analysis, I do not go into detail too much, just to give you the essential facts here, you come up with such a so-called spectrogram. So what is that? You have on the x-axis the time running from 1996 until 2022, 2021. So the time axis here are comparable. And on the y-axis, you have the frequencies of the fluctuations that you saw in the previous picture. Or to make the long story short, what you see here color-coded is the intensity of the NO2 fluctuations after taking out the seasonal variation. And you can clearly see there is a quite interesting structure in here. During the period where we had the financial crisis and the investment crisis in Italy, we have more or less very, very low fluctuations in NO2, while in the time period before and after, we have much more fluctuations. And if you do it quantitatively, you come up with a number of a reduction in fluctuation of about 80 to 90% in the NO2 fluctuation due to the financial and the investment crisis, or to say due to economic activity. And that is interesting. This is something that we are currently discussing with the World Economic Forum in Davos, if this can be taken as a measure for following economic activity in the context of air pollution. Now, I was talking about the satellite measurements. Satellite measurements are great because they allow us to look at every place on Earth. We can look for the NO2 concentration here on global scales, on continental scales, and even with the newest sensors that are flying on the new Copernicus fleet, on the Sentinels. They allow us even to go down to the greater urban, so to say. But keep in mind, there are two things. First, the satellites give us only the integral values, the tropospheric column densities, the value between ground and about 8 kilometers altitude. And the second point is, the satellites that are currently available are orbiting satellites. That means they overpass a certain site on Earth at the same local time. For instance, in Germany, many satellites come over Europe at about 10:30 in the morning or 1400 in the evening. So you do not catch the diurnal variation of air pollution, and that is not okay because we have rush hours, for instance, and all that kind of stuff, which is not being covered by satellite measurements. So we think the best way to deal with this is to build such a system as it is sketched here. You have in the middle here an ensemble of models, of numerical models, which contain our best knowledge today, knowledge in terms of chemical transformation, in terms of transport, in terms of meteorology, radiation, etc., etc. And then we feed these models continuously with every available data point. So that means assimilating data from the satellite fleet, assimilating data from the ground-based measurements, taking into account the data coming from the Copernicus Atmospheric Service, taking into account relevant information on emissions, that means catastrophe information, and all that brings us to the best estimate of the air pollution in time and space with a high resolution in time and space. And to give you a flavor for that, I brought with me here two animations. You see here on the left-hand side, one result of this procedure. You see the NO2 development in space and time during one day. This is April 15th, 2019, over a part of Middle Europe. You see here is Paris. Paris is a source of NO2. The NO2 is being transported with wind towards the east and so on. And you can go to the greater urban area, and this is here is Munich. You see here the highway around Munich. So the center of Munich is about here. And what you see is the impact of the power plants there and there. And then at a certain time during the day, you see the effect of the rush hour. You see the totally gray, orange covered picture here. Or another picture, also Munich. What you see here is the development of NO2 on August 20th, 2020. It's on one day from noon to 1600 in the afternoon. So from noon to rush hour. And you can really see the effect of the rush hour in the increased orange colored NO2 cloud. So if you zoom in here, that is one of the advantages of the system that I just presented. You have very good resolution. You can really resolve the street canyons here, and you see the emissions at different sites on the street of the NO2. And you can even go further down so that you can really identify individual houses. You can go to the backyards of the houses. So this is possible with the system that I just sketched. And once you have such a system, you can do a very important thing. You can answer questions like, what if? So what if we would double the traffic along our routes? What does it mean for the air pollution? And this is just an example. We answered this question, for instance, for a transit route through the Alps. Here's Innsbruck, here's Trento, so the north-south transient, and you see the effect of a doubling of traffic along this route causes an enhancement of the NO2 pollution, but it is not uniform along the road, but it depends on the orography, on the specific regional meteorological conditions, and that can all be estimated. And just to give you an example, you see these numbers here along the route. If you go, for instance, here to number three is Pfaffenhofen in Germany. So you have an increase to expect by 44% in NO2 if you double the traffic. Or if you go to Innsbruck, number 2, for instance, you have an increase only, so to say, only in quotes, by 24%. Or if you go to Sterzing here, it's number 4, you have an increase of 49%. So this is possible to answer. It is possible to answer these questions, which are, of course, of some importance for all our colleagues who are involved in planning the traffic routes, in planning the roads and all that kind of stuff. The second part of my talk I would like to dedicate to the impact of the air pollution on human health and what is the state of the art here. So you know that there are a lot of environmental stresses in place: noise, heat, cold waves, etc., but also the air pollution. All this has an impact on our organism, on our well-being. And the result of our organism is, in the worst case, really that we get ill. So the question is, can we really quantify the impact of pollution on our well-being? And the answer is yes, and I present here the state-of-the-art procedure, what is possible today. So The approach that we have today is the following. You have the concentrations of pollutants, for instance, that can be measured by the technique that I just presented to you, and you can translate these concentrations into an increased health risk, into an increased personal health risk. Personal means we can divide between young people, old people, between people that have some diseases already, and healthy people, and so on. And here's one example. On the left-hand side, you see the area of Germany, and and I explained it to you. You see here in North Rhine-Westphalia, for instance, you have this yellow color. This yellow color means that in 800 days between 2010 and 2016, these people living there had an increase of their mortality risk by 16%. What does it mean? If you assume that you have a mortality risk of 1%, then this number here means that in these 800 days in these 7 years, you had an increase to 1.16% for mortality risk. So this kind of information was translated into a web-based information system, which we call the bioclimatic information system. You can get it on the internet if you wish. And you see here the map, and the map is divided into the districts. So for instance, if I go to Prague, I'm here, and I can choose what I want to see. For instance, the ozone concentration near the ground, the NO2 concentration near the ground, PM10, or let's say the health risk. That is this one here. And if I go then to Prague, then I have down here a diagram showing the increased health risk today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. And these numbers that are given here can be looked up here in this table, where there is some medical advice what to do if you have a special disease, if you belong to a special group of people, and so on. And this brings me to my last slide. All what I wanted to bring out here is a vision, an idea to build a vision or to make a vision reality. And the vision is the digital twin for air quality and health for a region. I think that we are already in a place that we have all our capabilities in terms of instrumentation, in terms of modeling capacities, in terms of computer possibilities, that we can build a digital twin of the real world. And the elements of that digital twin are, and the output could be, for a selected region, the air quality is being continuously calculated in near real time with high spatial and temporal resolution. Then second, all available measurements, satellites, ground stations, are permanently assimilated into the model in order to keep the model close to reality. And this is a point I would like to emphasize here. Especially motor vehicles can serve as fantastic mobile carriers for environmental sensors, and assume that that many cars have miniaturized sensors on board, and that the information of these sensors will be transmitted via G5 or so, by mobile networks, into the computing center where the digital twin is running, to give all this information into the model, to keep the model as close to reality as possible. And next point, the near real-time information on air quality allows the identification of areas with increased pollution, and thus the initiation, of course, of suitable measures, such as information of endangered institutions. Think about mayors who want to inform old people's homes or kindergartens or hospitals and so on. But you can also think of, from a perspective of a manager of traffic. You can control the flow of traffic. If you see that the air pollution is worsening at a certain part of your city, you can try to redirect the traffic so that it does not worsen further. You can also think about transmitting suggestions for green routes into the navigation systems. So imagine that your digital twin gives information back to the cars, and that the navigation system offers the driver and information about a green route. So, hey driver, if you follow this route further, you will worsen the air quality at the kindergarten. So, I suggest please take the next try another route. So this is the story behind that. And also you can, of course, assess the additional health risk for different groups of people. So imagine that you send an SMS or a message to registered people who have certain problems, who are really sensitive to changes in air pollution. And an offline system, which is not running in near real time, also allows to quantify the impact of traffic route planning or even construction planning on air quality. So if you plan to build new houses, new roads, new whatever, then you can look into your digital twin and you can look what the consequences would be in terms of air quality for the region that you are looking at. So that's it. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Professor. Thank you. It was pretty interesting. We see here several questions or comments. The data presented are very interesting. But what are you suggesting what to do? You actually replied this on the last slide. Maybe just to remind it, so all those information you presented are available online, right? And everybody can actually see them or search them.
The bioclimatic information system that I presented is already online. Yeah. What I presented here in my last view graph is the vision. This is not in place right now. So this gives room for cooperation, and I think that the area, Czech Republic, Bavaria, and Saxony could be a perfect region to demonstrate such a digital twin. We have fantastic institutions with supercomputing facilities in Prague, for instance, or in Munich. We have companies dealing with motor vehicles. Just to say BMW, or in Prague, of course, we have also very, very great automobile industry. G5 system can be brought into here, so they need some development to adapt this for making this a reality, or miniaturization of sensors, so that then can be implemented in the motor cars, for instance. There's plenty of room for demonstrating what can be done, and I think this could be a perfect case to demonstrate to Brussels that Saxony, Bavaria, Czech Republic can really play a central role, a pathfinder role in demonstrating these technical capabilities that are in place in principle.
So it means they are ready to use for companies, for authorities, for anybody who see there a possible project or potential. Great. Maybe a few more questions from Slido. Were there any unexpected findings, positive or negative, not related to effects from economic or corona crisis? What you found? Just one more remark. Numbers in Polynesia on the first map seemed strange. So generally, any interesting surprises you found there during this process of analyzing all the data?
We found a lot of interesting information.
Maybe let's stay with the corona crisis. Yeah, that's pretty actual with the corona crisis.
Yeah, corona crisis. Okay, yeah. Yeah, there is one interesting finding. We did several studies with our with some medical staff, and it turned out indeed that there seems to be a very close relation between air quality and the vulnerability of people for infection diseases, especially corona, but also influenza. So, and the experts tell us that it's plausible, because if you are experiencing low air quality, many particulate matter, ozone or NO2 and so on, that weakens your breathing system, and that means that your organism is weakened, and that makes it very easy, or much more easier, for influenza viruses, including corona, to make you ill. So this is another case that came out here. You can use such a bioclimatic information system to look where are the regions where people are suffering from low air quality over a certain time, resulting in more vulnerability against corona pandemic things. So I think that could really help our politicians or all these people who had to take decisions where to put a lockdown or where to reduce the traffic or where to say, please do not go out of your house. So that can be done then more precisely, I think. But I'm not a medical person, I have to say.
Okay, maybe one more. Do you have already experience from any usage in practice, cities, regions, companies, or is it, are we still waiting for the first example?
We have already a cooperation with Munich and a second cooperation with the city of Essen in North Rhine-Westphalia, where we plan to demonstrate the capability of some of these aspects, not of all these aspects. And I can also say that we are right now in some negotiation with BMW.
Okay, thank you.
I would be happy if we can make contact also to Skoda. That would be fine, yeah.
There was maybe an offer, I guess. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Professor. It was very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And before we start with the third presentation, just to remind you, there is Wi-Fi. The information has been actually pinned next to the entrance. It's NTK, and the password is Konference in Czech, all letters small. Okay, great. And then I would like to ask our next speaker, Dr. Josef Fuchsa from the Masaryk Water Research Institute with his presentation. Mr. Fuchsa, the floor is yours. The microphone is on.
Ladies and gentlemen, when I was asked to speak to this nice assembly, it was very nice for me, but I can speak only on water and on rivers, so I hope it will be interesting. It's much more simple than the lectures before, because the rivers are somewhere down, just under the surface, couple of centimeters. They exist for years, and we sometimes neglect them, sometimes we overuse them. I divided my lecture to 3 parts. One is about the sources of water and water budget. Here in Czech Republic, we sometimes call ourselves by roof of Europe because we have only precipitation as the source of water. Then something on pollution, on its history and tendencies today, and something about the climatic change, especially on the drought and quality of water connected with drought. Czech Republic consists of 3 basins. You see the yellow and pink part on the left side. It's a basin of Elbe, discharging to Saxony and downstream to Germany and to North Sea. The part of green and say gray on the right side, Dia and Morava discharging to Danube, and the part discharging to Odra, so this blue part and some small yellow islands on the north. Here you can see the water budget for last 20 or 18 years. The upper line is the annual sum of precipitation on the whole territory of the state, and down part is discharge of water by rivers, by say 7 measured profiles during the same year. You can see some disproportion. What is discharging is about 25% last 20 years, about 27% last 50 years. What it means? It means there's about 70% of water which falls on the territory disappears somewhere. What is the reason? It's in the yearbooks, it's called evapotranspiration. It is the water which circulates and works in soil and in atmosphere, in plants and so on, also move horizontally, of course, which has been demonstrated on NO2 in the lecture before. But simply what we can simply use and protect by law this discharging water or water prepared to be discharged by rivers somewhere downstream. This water is being expected by neighbors, of course, so we can use it all and so on, and is changing in time, its quality, discharge, and so on. What can we do to improve the management of say, water budget? Some technical solutions are to build reservoirs, to keep the winter water and to release it in summer and so on. But it's very nice. It is a very nice business for architects, investors, drivers of lorries and so on. But it's very limited because at first there are not enough good and empty unflooded valleys in any country. Dry areas also are flat, so you can build there only shallow, big reservoirs, taking much more of land with high evaporation and so on. We have also sometimes floods, so reservoirs must not be empty, must not be full and must not be empty to simply compensate for high discharge and low discharge. Loss of operation is very important. People don't understand well what means an empty and wet area in an empty reservoir and so on, and some externalities. We know how many houses will be flooded and so on, but we don't calculate how many roads must be built as new ones and so on. So it's a problem, and it's a technological solution neglecting the reasons. It's only an improvement, of course, a typical feature of rich societies. For B, some landscape management or retention of water in the landscape can improve this 70 use of transfer of the 70% of water from precipitation. It seems very simple. 71% of the state is classified as arable land and forests, so owners are dependent on subsidies by government. So it seems to be very simple to control them. It's not very simple because the concepts doesn't exist and so on. But theoretical, there is a tool. The question is how to use it and the will to use it, of course. So what's important is planning of any, say, item belonging to some water management at the level of the whole river basin, not at local valleys and so on. It's a policy of water framework directive we know well. Something about the pollution. Here is the situation. 10 years means in Hřensko, Elbe on Hřensko, so on the frontier of Czech Republic. And please follow the red bars. There was a very strange guy, Franz Ulik, who lived in Děčín, and since 13th January 1877, he every day took a sample of water of Elbe, analyzed it, and also some of results he published. His methods have been recalculated, and he have very nice data during the whole year. And what we see, then there exists some public data since 1870 and 1880. So we see great difference both in ammonia, nitrogen, nitrate, phosphorus, but the means are decreasing, we see, since this high pollution period in 80s. It's decreasing, slowly decreasing, but it's very important. And the ammonia nitrogen is now at the level of Ulick's values, so only traces. The nitrate didn't exist in the end of the 19th century in the rivers in the whole world. Now it's a very important element which is eutrophicating the sea. And the change of ammonia to nitrate in wastewater treatment plants, and also the microbial reduction to the atmospheric gas nitrogen, produces very much of another greenhouse gas, so laughing gas and 2O, nitrous oxide, not the NO2 as before. We can see also the decrease of chloride, decrease of sulfate, decrease of sodium, potassium, magnesium, and calcium. The mean reason of these changes is decrease of sulfate and lime. Nobody knows why. I can show it later. Here is for all important and main basins the, say, evolution or the course of concentrations of mean items of pollution. We can see the BOD, and the COD, so chemical oxygen demand, it's simply decreasing and stable now. The yellow line is the basin of Odra, which slowly decreasing high iron and coal industry shifted somewhere to the east, as has been reported before, and so on. So non-organic pollution by organic carbon and so on. Now the situation is stable and similar and relatively nice. Here is the nitrogen again. The upper graph is the ammonia nitrogen in Odra basin of say biological origin, which simply disappeared, and all has been transformed to the nitrate. The problem is, as the organic carbon disappear from the rivers, there is enough oxygen, and bacteria in the river never will reduce the nitrogen to the nitrogen gas, and the nitrate will simply flow to the oceans for next 10, 20, 30 years. Nobody knows. Here is the graph for annual means for sulfate and lime. The blue line is the concentration, yearly means, annual means, and the squares, it's a yearly transport. It's very dependent on actual discharge. And here you can see, maybe does it work? It doesn't work. There can be see the year 2002, which is the year of big flood, where the concentration were low and the transport was very, very high. So the general trends of river water quality is the stepwise improvement is quite clear according to building of wastewater treatment plants, shift of industry somewhere, economic collapse of many companies in the 90s and so on. It's quite good on big rivers. Some local problem remain. So the problem of organic carbon has been solved, seems to be. It hasn't been. So no denitrification. This ammonia disappeared. The problem of nitrate remain. What 70% of nitrogen transported by rivers origin from the landscape, from the fertilizers and the land use and so on. Only 30% are calculated for the wastewater treatment plants. For the phosphorus, the opposite is true. 70% of eutrophication phosphorus originates from the wastewater treatment plants. Only about 30% in budgets origin from the landscape. The BOD, so concentration of degradable organic carbon, has tendency to have a seasonal cycle according to primary production in rivers and reservoirs. So it's maybe eutrophicated, but natural organic carbon. What's the problem? Are PPC, PPCP, and other new emerging pollutants, especially the pharmaceuticals and personal care products. It's a future threat. The origin are we ourselves through our wastewater treatment plant, and the technology. We are waiting for some technology. We can protect ourselves by improving the production of drinking water, but also it's not a solving of the reason, it's only protection. In Czech Republic, as everywhere in the Europe, about 600 recommended daily dose of pharmaceutical are used by everybody. So 1.5 pill a day for everybody, swallowed and then released to wastewater treatment plant and to the river. The problem of future, I have lost some pictures. Here is the, I forgot, it is our institute under high flood in 202, and again. And now to the drought. What's new in the climatic change? The annual precipitation will remain in our climatic area, but the consumption or retention of water in the snow will be lower because it will be warmer. We expect longer periods of drought and short and strong rains. What it means for the rivers. The wastewater treatment plants work in some stable mechanism every day, every week, and so on. But the rivers to which they release are changing for the temperature during the natural cycle. Also, the change of thermal cycle is a pollution from nuclear cooling the power plants. Stabilized discharge from the deep reservoirs, changing the river temperature during the year in comparison to natural system. So also discharge in the river changes. So the constantly discharging wastewater treatment plant discharge every day different % of actual discharge in the recipient river. It's very important because it creates tens, maybe 50% of the actual discharge. So actual legislation, good or bad, is constructed to some standard seasonal course. It doesn't suppose these long dry periods, which are very high risk for the river ecosystems as such, and also some hygienic, aesthetic, and so on problems with living around the river and so on. The trick is the dry river tends to make system of small basins connected with shallow brooks, which are hot in the noon and cold in the morning, and so on. So maybe it can be something like a return to the 70s with a very low level of cleaning wastewater and so on. Here is an example. It is a brook, small brook which is relatively dry with typical blue-greens water bloom in summer 18. The second picture is, artificial drought. It's our institution in some case when there was a problem with this flowing shipping channel which has been drought and repaired. So during a fortnight, such a vegetation appeared on the new wet bottom, and during a month there were 1 meter plants and so on. So it is a typical case which we can evade in our rivers with low, over-seasonal low discharge and so on. So what are the future problems? Classical problems of water management, of course. The other new ones seen from the position of, say, environmental policy and so on, and also from a biologist, is some new attitude to the operation of wastewater treatment plant should be prepared, respecting these long dry periods. The phosphorus is being removed from the wastewater at a level of 80 to 90% by some chemical precipitation. Okay, it's not sufficient. Still, the concentration of phosphorus are high. But the problem is that the phosphorus should be or must be used in the very near future as a fertilizer, because phosphorus is a problem, and phosphorus obtained by this system of precipitation is not accessible to plants. The bond with the iron is too strong, so some technology should be brought with effective, cheap, and effective from the wastewater treatment plant, and effective for plants, cheaper plants as for agriculture, so cheap technology for accessible phosphorus obtained in the wastewater treatment plants. The problem is agricultural chemistry, especially with polluting the groundwaters and also surface waters, especially with the production of industrial plants, which may be treated by higher doses of agricultural chemistry than the foods. So it's a problem. And the last is the abatement of these pharmaceuticals and personal care products by some technology which is still being expected. What's important, not overload the rivers. Wastewater Water Framework Directive begins with the sentence that water is not a commercial product, it's something like a heritage. It's all, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fuchsa. Thank you very much. Let's stay for a few questions. We have still a few more minutes. Maybe I would start with those trends you've described. So it seems like the pollution is the theme of a pollution. It's getting better and better, but at the same time, the climate change and all the threats we are facing now is bringing another bigger problems that we experienced. 2002 was the big drought here in Prague. This year we have seen the pictures from Germany where the big drought hit the scene. Do you see there any space for Czech-German cooperation for exchange of experiences and data, maybe in terms of how to deal with droughts, how to prepare the society for this hit?
I forgot to say that the level of concentrations of pollutants are the same in the Czech part and the German part of the Alps. It means the level of, say, comfort of living and level of wastewater treatment plants and so on is similar. First, the problem is in Czech Republic, downstream big rivers, we don't have sources of drinking water from groundwater from floodplain, like in, I think, in Dresden and so on. It is a first problem because this is the way how, for instance, these pollutants can get from the river to the groundwater and to the drinking water. Mm-hmm. It's a question of time when these systems, also the big drinking water reservoirs, will be saturated by discharge to them from upstream. Nobody knows. So it is a problem. I think it's very good area to cooperate. I think yes.
Okay. I see here one new question. Eutrophication of Baltic Sea is mainly from surrounding agriculture areas or rivers that carry nitrogen? This kind of specific question.
No, it's general. It's general.
Okay.
The opinion is changing. 20 years ago, say farmers thought it's from the wastewater treatment plants. Now we have very many data, and the phosphorus which comes to the rivers from upstream, from fields and so on, is in a precipitated form. and it doesn't, so it's not the big or the main agent of eutrophication. The problem is the phosphorus in very good form for algae, which is discharged from our households and from the wastewater treatment plants.
Okay, maybe one more question regarding microplastic. That's kind of a topic, microplastic. Like,
Yes.
Are you also dealing with this?
Yes, it's microplastics are a problem. I think we don't know too much. We don't know the history. Or the future is always a problem. But for the river ecosystems, it seems now then the problem of, say, getting them hungry and so on is not so big. I think the big parts of plastics are not coming into rivers in, say, cultivated countries like we are. So I can't tell what will be. It's very important to follow it, to study it and to control, but we don't have any legislation. Don't forget, one important part of the particles are particles from our printers and so on. People forget it.
Okay, so maybe also a future space for cooperation between Czech Republic and Germany, how to study. Thank you very much, Dr. Fuchsa. Thank you very much for your presentation. So, the audience, we have now kind of a dynamic part in front of us. We have 6 wonderful presenters who will tell us more about their projects, and they have to do it pretty quickly, and they have to fulfill the time limit of 3 minutes. So it will be kind of sporty, but probably we all are looking forward to have a coffee break right after that. So let's do it. The first one. Oh, this one. The first one will be Mr. Miroslav Havránek from the Czech Information Agency for Environmental Questions, CENIA. And I will...
Yeah, okay. Our organizer kind of butchered our name, but our information agency is Czech Environmental Information Agency, but I'm also sitting on Environmental Question Institute, so maybe that's why. So this is a really challenge to present institutions such complex in 3 minutes. So this is mine? Yeah, okay. Yeah. So what is CENIA? What are we doing? So CENIA is a state agency. We are part of the environment of institutions that are protecting the environment in our country. There is about 14 other institutions under Ministry of Environment, our chair here. We are an assessment agency. We are providing government, municipalities, not municipalities, but regional governments with environmental assessment. We're providing each year assessment of our country, environment of our country, and we providing also ad hoc assessments, for example, of vulnerability. We are information agency. We are gathering a lot of environmental data from other institutes. We have about 60 to 70 partners. Some of them, for example, Masaryk Institute of Water Research is our partner, and we're getting data from them, and we transforming these data into sensible information for policymaking and other stuff. We are IT agency. As we are information agency, we are running a lot of information systems and data systems for the state that are dealing with management of data about waste, about air pollution, about water resources, and other stuff. We are evaluation agency. We are responsible for evaluation of best available techniques, best available practices in the country for industrial partners and for industries in our country in general. We are a certification agency. We are an agency that is responsible for ecological eco-labeling in general, for these 3 eco-labels in particular. We are international agency. We are partner with European Environmental Agency from German side with UBA, and we are fulfilling our role in, let's say, European ecosystem of environmental agencies. We are a research agency. We are doing environmental research. We recently started 2 big networks, let's say, we call them centers. One for socio-economic research, second for circular economy and environmental security. And we are, of course, environmental agencies, so we're trying to be as environmental as we can. So we're driving electric cars, we have vermicomposters, we are recycling waste, planting trees and stuff like this. So we are Xenia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Avranik. So the next presentation will be held by Ms. Astrid Lang from Bayern Innovative GmbH from the new material cluster.
So welcome to my speech. My name is Astrid Lang and I'm a project manager at Bayern Innovative. Who is Bayern Innovative? Bayern Innovative is a company supporting small and middle-sized companies related to innovation, technology transfer and networking. We are organized in areas of specialization and consulting and service, and I would like to emphasize the cluster New Materials, the Energy Technology Cluster, and also the Enterprise Europe Network, where we work on an European level. Starting with the cluster New Materials, we have many key topics like digitization, lightweight, sustainability, and additive manufacturing. And you can see our cluster speaker, Professor Marion Merklein. She's also here today. Here you can see our cluster partners and their logos. And now I would like to step right away into the energy cluster. And the energy cluster has a main theme for 2021, which is data for the climate, which means energy transition needs digitization. The most interesting part for you may be our battery activities. Here, I would like to start with electric mobility and battery. The current situation is that we have an exponential electric car increase by 2020. In the coming years, many e-cars will reach the end of their service life, and large quantities of spent batteries will be produced, some also which come from second-use concepts. With this, we have many questions which are opened up. Who takes care for e-scrap, for example? How about the storage, dismantling, and so on, and processing of secondary raw materials? With this, we have some opportunities and possible solutions like establishment of new value chain, reduction of raw material dependency, information systems on battery modules with information for recyclers, standardization in decentralized recycling structures. E-car batteries can be used approximately 8 to 10 years with 80% of the capacity guarantee. Then we have second-use scenarios and recycling or, and here you can see the stakeholders which work on the project together. You see the bubbles in here, and next to the bubble you can see what the respective stakeholders is doing. The group have committed to work on these tasks. Here you can see an example from one of our partner company, Alumina Systems, on green battery. The green battery is a salt chloride battery which is environmental friendly. Thank you for your attention, and please feel free to get in touch with me to have further discussions because this was pretty quick.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lang. Yes, it was pretty quick. Thank you. So the next presentation will be held by Lukas Rohleder from Energy Saxony e.V. There is he.
Thank you very much for having me. Let me introduce you to Energy Saxony. We're the energy technology cluster from Saxony and do very similar things to what we just heard from Ms. Lang for the state of Saxony. We are a cluster organization financed mainly through membership contributions. Those 75 organizations are the ones that, lead the way. We support them as a cluster organization. We always say it's small and medium-sized enterprises and their innovation that drives us forward, but we also represent larger organizations as well as research and scientific organizations. What do we do as a cluster organization? We support those member organizations, and in the end, and that's what's of interest today, is by initiating projects, business to business, third-party funded projects, and also projects on an international level, and also other services that are probably not too much of importance today. What are the areas we're working on? We have 7 working groups focusing on the specific aspects that we see as essential for our branch in Saxony. Energy storage and grid services is one very important one, as well as all things related to heating and cooling, energy solutions for buildings. Those are the things we're focusing on, as well as energy efficient production. Those working groups are set up by our members, and that's where the projects originate. But what I want to focus on today is the main topics, the projects that are currently ongoing and where we are involved. First of all, the innovation cluster H2, where we as Energy Saxony try to set up green hydrogen use cases in Saxony, and especially we're interested to find those use cases with Czech Republic as well. I'm glad we have a cooperation with HITEP going on already. We will have and we will be present at the Ústí Business Forum at the end of this month, and as I hear, there will also be opportunity on a national level here in Czech Republic to further these conversations on a German-Czech cooperation later this year. So I'm very glad that it's going on, and especially the areas for the coal transition regions. I think that's very important for corporations. I'm looking forward to talking with you on that. The last 20 seconds I'll use to point out that we will focus on circular economy as well. And battery recycling is high on our agenda. We also have automotive industry in Czech Republic. We are looking forward to new funding that we will receive from the Free State of Saxony to put forward those issues. And I'm glad that we are also in touch with Czech Invest already to further those things. So I'm looking forward to the cooperation on these topics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roledo. Thank you. The next presenter will join us online. It's Dr. Ferdinand Somorowski from the Fraunhofer Institute for Silicate Research in Würzburg. So hopefully the connection works.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, you can start, please.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I talk about not only about our institute, also about development and materials, and especially about bioeconomy in our institute. We are a material institute and we have a focus on many different products, but especially for today, I talk about packaging and mulch paper developments. And everybody of us knows the problem with packaging waste, but packaging is really necessary and we all need packaging and we cannot leave them off. Because it ensures the shelf life of our products and the food. And especially the barrier of the packaging is an important thing. It prevents the migration of oxygen, water vapor, external flavors. But the complete requirements profile is very complex, and only materials can achieve such requirement profiles, and the problem is they are not recyclable. And we developed materials which enable such a recyclability. We developed coatings. We called them Omocere, and also bio-based coating, the bio-Omoceres, and you can apply them on substrate films. And these coatings improve the barrier of the material, can apply it on all kind of materials, are compatible with other coatings, and can be applied on standard printing machines. And with this material, it is possible to make monomaterial packaging films, which have the same properties like the standard state-of-the-art materials, but are recyclable. And you can coat normal plastics, but also bio-based plastics, and also paper or cardboard. So the barrier functionality can be added nearly independent of the substrate, and you can address the recyclable strategy, but also the strategy to compost or biodegrade the materials. So that helps really to reduce the packaging waste in the environment. But not only the packaging waste is a problem, of course, also during the production of the food, a lot of waste is produced, for example, on the fields, and some of you know the problematic with mulch films. They stay on the fields, they pollute the soil, and because they are not biodegradable. And paper is biodegradable and can be used as an alternative, but it's not stable. And we have a running project, EU project for national governments, work together with some partners from Scandinavia and also from Germany. And with a coating of the almost on the paper, it is possible to reach such alternatives for the mulch paper. And these are two approaches from us to reduce the packaging waste and to address also the large bioeconomical problems and questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Somorowski. Thank you for joining us. The next presenter is here with us, and it's Ms. Mirena Braníková from the Institute of Chemical Process Fundamentals, Department of Multiphase Reactors. Welcome.
Okay, thank you for the nice introduction, and I will jump right into the topic. So, microalgae and sustainable agriculture. Wow, so let's start with the question, what are the microalgae? So all of us, we know the harmful algae bloom. And on the other hand, I guess most of you are also familiar with spirulina or chlorella. So nowadays you can buy it in almost any supermarket. So this, let's say natural multivitamin, so containing a lot of good stuff for our health. But how to... Okay, where is the link with the agriculture? So microalgae are mostly microscopic, let's say so-called little plants, but comparing to the plants, their efficiency to produce biomass is much higher. So down there on the slide you can see a few numbers. So the most productive crop is maize, and it's possible to reach up to 10 tons yield of per hectare per year. And when you compare to microalgae, we can reach up to 54 tons per hectare per year. This was already achieved, and with further optimization, it could be possible to reach up to 100 tons of dry biomass per hectare per year. And you can imagine that this is around 60 to 70% is protein. So it's very interesting kind of additional source of food, which can be produced, as you see on the left side, in very primitive way or in very industrialized and complicated way. But it's not the only link. The other link is that microalgae are very resistant to different pollutants, and it's possible to use wastewater and nutrients as a source of nutrients, let's say. So in one step we can clean wastewater and get the nutrients. And this is the same for water and for flue gas, because microalgae are capable to use or capture carbon dioxide directly from flue gas, and then it's a question what to do with the biomass. So it can be used in agriculture as biofertilizer, and also it can be used to produce third generation biofuels. So here we are killing a lot of birds with one stone, with microalgae. And well, I'm happy to discuss all these topics later in more details. And here I'm finishing with a view of, again, photobioreactors, very industrial way to produce microalgae, and some traditional ways how microalgae are produced and sold in Chad for a few centuries at least. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last presentation, and Professor Valentina Pilisniuk from Jan Evangelista Purkyně University in Ústí nad Labem.
Good late afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleague. It's my pleasure to present here Project Cornet, which called Miskan Vilju, and which united institutions from Czech Republic and from Germany, as well as end users from both sides. Here in this first slide, you can see institution involved. I guess I will limit my speech about calculation of this institution, but our main goal is to develop green technology based on the utilization of the second generation energy crops miscanthus and enrichment of the value chain of biomass of these energy crops by proceeding the biomass to fibers and paper, and simultaneously we are doing soil revitalization and ensuring the zero waste approach. I will briefly only introduce the results of the project, because now project is at the middle of its duration. We have different teams which are involved in different activities, and with the framework of the project, a team in Ústí is working close on production of miscanthus and ensuring the improvement of the soil health and enhancing of biomass. We are working with a different agricultural practice, and you may see here in this picture some results. We established already 2 fields in Chomutov, and we are doing a lot of laboratory and semi-field research in Ústí and in Crop Protect Institute. Miscanthus biomass further is proceeding to Germany, to TU Dresden. We are working in Dresden with 2 professorships. One is about agricultural ecosystems. They are mainly involved in logistic of harvest, storage, and transportation. And we are working with another professorship in TU Dresden, which are working with the production of fibers and then processing of fibers to isolation materials. And here, unfortunately, our German colleague could not come because of restriction in corona case, let's say. And that's why 2 days ago they passed to me their materials. It was produced already within the project, and I am very proud of this to show for you, because this is fibers which we receive from miscanthus biomass supplied from marginal land in Czech Republic. And this is isolation materials which they produce from fibers. It could be used for heating. And they additionally produce particle board, which was not included in our project. However, we are doing this. And another, our partner PTS, which is paper institution, is working on proceeding of pulp to paper. And now they started to work on this issue. I hope next year we will show the results of the paper, which we proceed from miscanthus biomass. And as I mentioned at the beginning, we ensure in this technology using of waste, and we treated waste to biochar and pyrolysis gas. And our colleague in Ostrava already produced biochar. And as you know, we spoke today a lot about climate change, but production of biomass, of biochar, is one of the big approach in decreasing of climate change. Okay, I am finishing, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Professor.
Here is our dissemination. We published already some papers. We did a lot of communication with end users. And for those who are interested, you may check our website on the top. And I was asked by my German colleagues to thanks to the ministry, German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy, German Federation of Industrial Research Association, and I want to thank the Czech Ministry of Industry and Trade, who also supported us. Thank you very much, and thank you for your pension.
Thank you very much, Ms. Professor. Thank you. So I have to remind you, for all the people who have a lot to say, tomorrow there is this chance for the barcamp session. That means you can propose a topic which you would like to discuss with other participants of this conference. Just contact the organizers in the front, and then you can organize your own workshops. That also means some of you who presented now can maybe do it tomorrow in a much bigger way. But any of you, please don't hesitate to propose. And tomorrow we'll just vote for the best ideas, and then we will have those bar camps. And we will have the normal workshops. Please don't forget to use this stamp in the front and just sign up for one of those workshops. Now enjoy your coffee, and we will meet again at 16:30. Thank you.
Já skoro nemluvím. Tak dobrý, tak já si takhle stoupnu jako budu něco pořád říkat, vy se rozhodnete, takhle to je asi správně. Jo, dobrý, to je krásný. No, ano, prosím. Takže já teď se musím tady pozovat, dobře. A takhle to je, a teď to bude. Dobrý? Dobrý. Dobrý?
Nic nepoznají, já to zaposunu v čase a moc děkuju. Jo, samozřejmě. Implementování některých nepravných myšlenek do podvědomí lesních chlapců. Já jsem ti poslal nějakou diplomku od nás, zemědělský, kde v Řice, a já nevím, kde dělali změny nějakej potopu a všechno ze starých map, bylo to strašně pěkný, ale nepovedlo se mi to, protože to bylo strašně velký. Bylo to na začátku prázdný, tak to musím přijít nějakou novou zprávu. Právě tak nebo nějakou No, já jsem to jednou už dokázal, já jsem to už jednou dokázal.
Ale každopádně díky, ráda jsem tě viděla, jako s feštím někam jinam, ale budu se těšit na nějakou další. Ale mluvíš krásně, vždycky je
Jo, a ještě potom jenom ty ukazovátka mají pointer, nebo mají posouvání? Jo, já bych chtěla ten pointer. Ať pak tam nedělám to blbě, jo, ať to máš. A já se jdu podívat, kolik je tam.
Tady ty dva budou tady. To znamená tenhle a tenhle. Potřebou tady pak musíme případně vyměnit cedulky, když to bude obráceně.
Ale to je
A tady jsou ty dva, ty jsou konvenčně. Asi jo, myslím, že všechno funguje.
Já se omlouvám, ale tam fakt nikdo není ani nahlášený v tom třetím workshopu. Jsem tam dala teďka jeden průbík, no jenom ať ho tu netáhnu a pak tam je 45 minut sám se mnou. To je jako, to by nebylo, to je jako, by skončilo
Já bych měl to vyměněný, akorát nemůžu najít jeden nemůžu najít, ale můžeme, já se tady zeptám. No, já to právě to najdu, tak se tam dají teď, jakoby takhle dál. Jo.
Všichni známe jako s německým děkanem, já nemůžu mandlovat tam zpátky, jako jo, a teď můžu říct, že jako tu nechci, protože se nikdo nemá zájem. On počítal s tím, že to fakt přijede kvůli 10 minutové přednášce, k tomu už jsem ho zlomila, jo? Chtěl dneska nemohl a zítra prostě přijede. Takže chtěl, ale tak si nenečítu.
Jeden mikrofon, abych vám mohla vyměnit. Tady ty jsou vyměnit. A tam nevíte, kde je ten čtvrtý mikrofon. Možná nahoře.
Tam já mám jeden u sebe.
Jo, paráda, tak já mám jenom vyměnit button.
Jo, tady.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We can start with our panel discussion, which is the main program point for this afternoon. We have 4 wonderful guests. I'm really happy that 2 of them managed to come personally to Prague, because as I mentioned in the morning, there is kind of a situation with the train, with the railways in Germany, and it's not so easy to plan and to move. So not only Corona plays against us, but also other things. But you are brave to manage to come here. So thank you very much for it. I would definitely start with introduction of you both, because you are here also offline. But as you see, we have also 2 great guests online who hopefully hear us well. Yeah, it seems that they hear us pretty well. So all of us here, the audience also here, welcome once more to this panel. We are about to talk about Green Europe, about sustainability, about the cooperation on the Czech-German and on the European level. And we have invited 4 speakers who come from pretty different spheres of public life, let's say. Who are dealing with sustainability, with Green Deal, with sustainable development goals and similar topics on a daily basis, but who are not always maybe on the same point of view, or who not always share the view of what to do next. But that's hopefully the interesting part, what we have incorporated in this discussion. So I would start with Ms. Professor Dr. Anja Fase from the Technical University of Munich, from Campus Straubing. Welcome, it's great to have you here. Ms. Professor Fase is dealing with a lot of topics in her research, but actually the basic line is that she's researching on the influence of innovations and the change connected with this Green Deal on the well-being of the societies, not only in Europe, but also in the developing world. So, warm welcome. It's great to have you here, Ms. Professor.
Thanks a lot for having me here. Yes, as I said...
I will introduce all the guests at the first, and
yes,
then
thank you.
Then I will ask you for your opening remarks. Thank you very much. The second guest is Ms. Dr. Franziska Hess, who comes from the Friends of the Earth, Saxony, which is the largest organization, the largest NGO dealing with the topics of sustainability in Germany. We talked a few minutes ago about some exact numbers, but it's really fascinating. You have 300,000 members. What is more than the political parties, for example? I don't know, altogether, but or some...
Altogether in Germany.
Altogether in Germany, okay. So it's kind of a political power, we can also say, and we will hear from you some details about actions you are also doing in this direction. So, warm welcome to you, Dr. Hess. It's nice to have you here.
Thanks a lot for the invitation.
Turn on. Just this button. Yes. Yeah. No.
Thanks a lot for the invitation.
Great. Now all the microphones are working. The microphones connected to the computers we see on the screen are hopefully also working. I would like to introduce Ms. Rosalinde van der Vlies from the European Commission, who is director of the Directorate Clean Planet, and who is dealing actually with the plans we are all interested in, and we are all talking about the plans and the goals for 2030 for greener and more sustainable Europe. It's great to have you here with us, Ms. van der Vlies. Hopefully you hear us, and do you see us also?
Yes, well, for the moment I see myself, but I hear you very well.
Okay, so warm welcome. Great to have you here. And the fourth speaker is Dr. Jörg Jasper. He's an expert for energy economics and energy politics from the group Energy Economics and Policy from EnBW, Energie Baden-Württemberg. And he's dealing a lot with the topics which are also connected with the plans, with the Green Deal, with the sustainability, and with their influence not only on the society but also on the companies, on the economy, and let's say even in a broader sense on the life of us all. So it's great to have you here, Dr. Jasper. Warm welcome also to you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I would like to start with a brief, let's say, introduction of you all to this topic, because as we see, you all come from different fields, from different spheres, and you all are somehow dealing with the sustainability and with the Green Europe topic in a different way. So maybe if you could give us a short introduction. What is the topic of the day you are focused on at the moment, and what would you like to maybe stress today at this conference? So, Ms. Professor, maybe let's start with you.
Thank you. Yes, my starting point would be that we saw already in the morning a lot of innovations and examples which could be renewed, which could be changed, and a lot of ideas are in the labs and for the engineers, for the natural scientists. Now, all these good and brilliant ideas, how to bring them into the real world, how to implement them, how that companies take them and use the new technologies, the new products, and where the consumers who go into the supermarkets and buy these products based on that new technology, so that we really can change the world. When we think about 2030, 2040 or 50, when we think about the implementation of innovations, the time is not that long to have it really a change in a sustainable world, in a climate neutral world, and from the view of Europe, for example. So this is what also in my research, when I'm in the developing country, in that perspective, where I see or I analyze the impact of innovations on well-being, why certain people, households or small firms take something or not. And there, of course, behavioral components come into play. And then also, again, what the keynote speakers highlighted, we have to think about political governance. So when the people need support in a neutral way, frankly speaking, how can we support with political measures the innovations in companies and on household level, on the consumer level? And this is, on this broad view, is my perspective, what I think I would like to contribute.
Great, thank you very much. Let's jump maybe to the online world for a moment, and let's ask Ms. van der Vlies to Brussels, I guess, yeah. What is your topic of the day you are dealing with, or what would you like to share with us now today?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much also for the invitation. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you physically. I'm still looking at the screen, but I'm very much looking forward to also slowly starting again to meet people in the real world, because I think it's high time for that. So first of all, I mean, I fully agree with what Professor Fasse has said, and we are here in the European Commission. I'm working in the department that is responsible for research and innovation at European level. And when we did the evaluation of our previous framework program for research and innovation, we really found that the European Union is what we call a scientific powerhouse. So we are really in the European Union very good at scientific level, but where we are lagging behind compared to other parts of the world is really to translate these scientific results into innovations that actually are then on the market and commercially deployed. So this is why with our new framework program for research and innovation, Horizon Europe, which by the way is the biggest framework program for research and innovation ever, we have 95.5 billion euros that we can invest in research and innovation in the next 7 years. But we we focus much more than in the past on really connecting then research and innovation to then other deployment programs that we have in the European Union, to also make sure that the results that are generated with our research and innovation programs are actually then being further deployed and being made commercially available on the market. So we have also specific programs in the European Union for that. And one of our objectives is to better link the program so that we can move from the labs to eventually, having our consumers in the European Union benefiting from the innovative solutions that were developed. So I think that is extremely important. And of course, the good thing is that now in the European Union, we have set ourselves the ambition to become the first climate neutral continent in the world. And I'm actually personally also extremely proud of this. I really see that the European Union is willing to show global leadership. We have very ambitious legally binding targets, 55% reduction target of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Of course, what I would like to bring to the discussion here is that research and innovation is indispensable in order to meet our ambitious climate targets, not only to develop these new and breakthrough technologies, but also make sure that existing solutions that are already there become also commercially competitive and attractive compared to the existing alternatives that we want to replace. And also, I think it's extremely important that we start focusing on circularity by design, so that we basically, when we start designing and bringing new products on the market, that we already start thinking about, okay, how can we then later on reuse the materials? Because I do believe that also the scarcity of materials is a very important issue for the European Union. So what I would like to bring to conclude is really that we have ambition in the European Union, not only in terms of the climate objectives, but also with respect to the investments that we plan in research and innovation, but that we need to really focus and connect the dots between the innovations and the solutions that will be available commercially for our citizens on the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your introduction. And let's ask Dr. Franziska Hess from the Friends of the Earth Saxony, what is the topic of the day? We talked about it a bit, and it's pretty interesting because you will see she belongs to those who are trying to shape the future pretty actively.
Yes, so I can tell you I'm a specialist lawyer for administrative law and mainly work in environmental law. I am active on a voluntary basis in various environmental organizations, for example, as a deputy chairwoman for the Friends of the Earth Saxony. Together with my colleague, Professor Felix Eckert, I filed the first constitutional complaint to the Federal Constitutional Court in 2018 because of an inadequate climate protection legislation in Germany. In 2018, our constitutional complaint met with almost unanimous skepticism in politics, jurisprudence, and the media. When it was accepted for decision by the Federal Constitutional Court in August 2019, surprisingly for many, the picture changed. It was now followed in January 2020 by further constitutional complaints, including the activists from Fridays for Future and citizens of Bangladesh. The court's order on climate protection in the spring of 2021 was probably the most far-reaching judgment on climate protection ever issued by a Supreme Court anywhere in the world. Also, it was the first time that a constitutional complaint for more rather than for less environmental protection was successful in Germany. The decision recognizes the concept of a residual greenhouse gas budget and finds that German lawmakers must distribute the remaining budget fairly between generations. Given the high esteem of the court globally and the central role of the European Union, this may be of high relevance for the ongoing global climate debate. So I have the point of view of a lawyer on all these things. And I think that any innovations must aim to get by with zero fossil fuels within a few years, well before 2050, and ultimately also before 2030. This does not only apply to electricity and heat, where the topic is widely discussed, but also for traffic, agriculture, cement, plastics, much more difficult to accomplish than with electricity and heat. So we need a concerted action all around the European Union to achieve the Paris goals.
Thank you very much. We see now there are many pressures what to do, and many chances what to do. The question is how the industry in countries like Germany or Czech Republic, which are traditionally pretty much focused on this sphere of life and economy, will deal with this. Mr. Jasper is working in a large company which will be key in accommodation to this new situation. What is your topic of the day, and what would you like to share with us?
Yeah, well, I'd like to just give you 3 examples that bother me a little bit at the moment. I can't emphasize enough how true the statements of the other speakers were, because I think we are running out of time a little bit, as Professor Vasa has already stated, and we need innovation. And as an economist, I'm deeply convinced that innovation will be brought about most efficiently by markets, and I think that this is going to be an issue for us. So I will give you 3 examples from the perspective of my industry, so what is really needed for a sustainable future. First, we obviously need to massively increase the expansion of renewable energy sources compared to earlier years. Compared to 2020, we need a roughly increase of the renewable capacities in Europe by a factor 2.5 by 2030, and in order to achieve the EU minus 55% climate targets. That's a lot. In the EU, we will have to add about 30 gigawatts of wind energy each year, and more than 50 gigawatts of photovoltaics each year until 2030. So in total, Europe will have to add roughly, I would say, 70% of the total renewable energy sources capacities that are installed in Germany today each year, 70%. So, well, ambitions may differ, however, from state to state. In Germany, for example, the annual onshore wind expansion must be quadrupled compared to 2021 in order to meet the national targets. As we have heard before, we have new national targets now. We welcome those national targets, and we think that massive renewables expansion is feasible, provided we find some, a more favorable regulatory and legal environment. The second issue I have, or the second concern, is the ramp up of an international market for climate neutral gases, especially hydrogen as a commodity. We expect that deep decarbonization will not be feasible without high quantities of climate neutral hydrogen, or to a smaller extent also biomethane, possibly, to be used in the industry and the transport sector and in the building sector. The demand for hydrogen will increase by a factor of 10 in Germany alone by 2050, and roughly 40% until 2030. And this demand must be met. Climate neutral hydrogen must be available in sufficient quantities for thermal power plants already by 2035 in order to meet the sector targets of the power sector. And thermal plants will have to be fueled mostly with gas, i.e. hydrogen, by then in order to replace coal. If these quantities of hydrogen are not available, the decarbonization of the energy sector simply won't work. We think this is feasible, but this requires significant investments in infrastructure. And this is my third point. We do not have to heavily invest in a gas backbone network infrastructure for hydrogen, but also in the electricity transmission networks. We expect that the expansion of electricity transmission networks must be brought forward by, I would say, 3 to 5 years compared to current plans, at least in Germany. Otherwise, the expansion of the renewable energy sources will be at odds with the abilities of the transmission networks to cope with them. So I think this is all manageable, but we have to start now, otherwise we'll be running out of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jasper. We are getting to the key question actually of this topic. We are still around it the whole time. There are so many challenges, there are so many needs what to do now, but there are also so many worries what will this cause. The European Union has set this goal 2030 for its Green Deal, and some people see it's it's pretty ambitious. Some people say it's not ambitious enough. Ms. van der Vlies, you're dealing with this balancing of those interests on the level of countries or on the international level. Maybe the other speakers are more into the national debate on how fast the change has to come. But maybe let's start in Brussels. How complicated it was to reach this kind of compromise with the year 2030, where all the countries, let's say Czech Republic maybe belongs to those which are not always, which don't want to be always the first one on the line. How complicated was it to reach this balance or to compromise?
Well, I mean, some cynical people may say, well, you know, if nobody is happy, then there must be something right in the decision, of course. But I think the starting point has also been, of course, the scientific evidence that is available. And I'm sure that you've all seen the latest IPCC report that came out in August that is based on more than 14,000 very elaborate scientific studies that basically concluded, if I may summarize it in a non-alarmist way, that we are in a code red for humanity and that we need to take some decisive action because otherwise the targets that we set in the Paris Agreement will simply not be met. So I think that, you know, this sense of urgency that we have, the fact that, you know, business as usual is no longer an option for the European Union, I think is widely spread feeling. At the same time, what I think is extremely important is that, you know, the European Green Deal is also a growth strategy for the European Union. So it's not only about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, it is also about building back a better, more resilient society that is also more inclusive, a more fair society. And I think that is very important to realize that the whole green debate, maybe years ago, you know, it was felt like, okay, this is, you know, for a few people who think, you know, are just like tree huggers and think that it's important to be green. At the same time, we can also turn these challenges into competitive advantages for the European Union. And I think that is extremely important. There are many areas where we can really show European leadership, where we can really develop technologies and become European leaders, that we can also export the technologies to other countries and really also make economic profit out of it and create growth and jobs for the European Union. And I think that is extremely important. That on the one hand, of course, we focus on our climate targets. At the same time, we are rebuilding also a stronger economy and have the opportunity to also become much more competitive. But I think the inclusiveness element is extremely important, and that's why we have, of course, various specific programs to support, for instance, regions in transition. And I also think it's very important to look into the job aspect, into the reskilling of the workforce, and to really make sure that we have also the buy-in from the citizens. Because I think we can only realize our climate ambitions if we also work together with the citizens, listen to the citizens and how they feel about the new solutions, and basically design also new measures and new policies together in a co-creative way with the stakeholders and the citizens to have the full buy-in across the society.
Thank you. Is there a common agreement, Mr. Jasper, from your point of view? Because the industry will, at the end, be the key player right after the election, maybe. Both countries, Czech Republic and Germany, are facing election in autumn. And when we see the German situation, pretty all the political parties are having this topic as the key issue for the election coming. So what would you expect? What will happen right after? Will the speed get even increased, or how do you see it from the point of German industry?
Yeah, well, I think they have to increase the speed. I mean, there are very many promises and new targets around, and we appreciate that. We have more ambitious sector-based climate targets in Germany now, which is exactly based on what has been said before, which is the budget approach that we are now following in Germany. The problem I see is how these targets will be implemented. And this is where the rubber hits the road for the industry. This is when it becomes important for us, because in the end, it will be private capital. Make no mistake about that. It will be private capital that will finance the energy transition and the decarbonization. Well, the public household, the public hand can subsidize a lot, but what we need at the end of the day is efficient, liquid, trans-European, pan-European markets for commodities. And we need efficient, liquid, pan-European markets for renewable energies, which means we need an efficient power market, for example. The power market is highly efficient, but I hope it stays as is, because there are some countries already moving towards, more restrictive regulations. And that's what we also see in the just emerging hydrogen markets. There's hardly any hydrogen available, hardly any green hydrogen available nowadays in Europe. However, we are already starting to regulate hydrogen production. And what I would be very happy about, I think I speak for the entire industry here, is we would greatly appreciate a slightly more pragmatic approach. Let markets grow. What does that mean? What do markets need? That's infrastructure. That is a bit of a de-risking if you want to support the industry. What does de-risking mean? That means that investors need predictability for their investments. They need to know how much hydrogen, just to stick by the example, how much hydrogen will be needed in Europe and when. And will it be blue hydrogen? Will it be green hydrogen? Will other colors be allowed, and so forth? What else do market need are rules. So it's not, we are not helped if there's no rule stipulating whether you can transport hydrogen in a mixed gas together with natural gas cross-border. We don't have that. So I think you can subsidize a lot, but at the end of the day, it depends on making markets work, because this is the only way to produce, in this case, hydrogen in an amount that is necessary at a cost that is socially acceptable. And I think this is part of the key of the question here.
This is also a principle for the politics, maybe. In Germany, there has been now a big discussion about closing of the coal power plants, and recently some scientists have argued that it would be easier just to let the market solve the problem, to work with the carbon emission allowances and not to plan too much. Do you see it in a similar way? Maybe also what would help to start this fast change, what you are all talking about, that is pretty much needed, like more planning in the best German way, or more free market with some key rules like carbon market, for example?
When we talk about free markets, we have to view or have a closer view on the international market. Because when we now in Europe regulate everything massively and do subsidize or even make CO2 intensive products more costly, then we have to see where are our competitors. And most likely they're in Asia, somewhere in US. But there we have to look at what are their plans. Like the example in the morning with the infant industry, when we have a new technology, how can we grow the technology in a sense that it's competitive in the long term? And I think there we have to compare and have this view also, and not do just because we think for Europe or for Germany it makes sense to have certain rules, to apply them, to implement them, and then in 5 years see it doesn't make sense because on the international market we are not competitive. So I think you have to look at both sides. You cannot act only local without looking international.
Do you want to add? Or? No? Okay. Okay. We have some questions via Slido already. You can find it under the channel number 151764 at slido.com. So don't hesitate to ask our guest anything about the Green Deal, about the plans. We will definitely get back to the Czech-German level and cooperation, but let's take some questions so to include the audience too. The first one to Dr. Hess. German government and parliament have recently strengthened the climate goals. How much was this influenced by the decision of the Constitutional Court?
It was in fully way influenced by the decision of the court. That's the problem with the new Climate Protection Act. I think Professor Jasper mentioned it already. We now have new goals, new targets, but we don't have any measures that can help to reach these targets that we have written in the Climate Protection Act. So we need some measures that fill these targets with life and with new measures to get to them.
Okay, there are some specific questions directly on single participants. Why not on Dr. Jasper? As an ENBW are in the driver's seat of renewables expansion, please be specific. When will we see significant wind power in Baden-Württemberg?
Yeah, Baden-Württemberg remains a bit of a tricky case here, I would say. That's why, because space is limited in Baden-Württemberg because it's a very there's a lot of industry there. The areas are highly populated and so forth. So space is limited, and also public acceptance locally is very limited. So that's why we decided as ENBW not only to look at Baden-Württemberg for our investments. Despite our name, we heavily invest in onshore wind energy, not only in Baden-Württemberg but also in the entire Germany, in France, in Sweden, and in Turkey. So I think this is in general the way this is going to be. We all know that renewable investments are required, we would like to carry out renewable investments because they are profitable. But if the regulatory environment is too restrictive on a local level, or if public resistance doesn't allow us to build, we will look elsewhere. So that's not. We are not responsible for renewables built out in Baden-Württemberg. If we can do this, we will be very happy to do that because our origins are from Baden-Württemberg, but we do not depend on that.
Thank you very much. And also one direct question on Ms. van der Vlies. Do you think that apart from lighthouse projects, innovative, sustainable ideas will trickle down to a majority of players as quickly as necessary? So I know you have to be positive in your job always, but maybe if you would identify some risks or some key moments that it should work also for the majority, what would it be?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we can only achieve our ambition if we really see ourselves as a team Europe. I mentioned before that we have a European program to stimulate research and innovation, but I'm a firm believer that we need to make sure that we work together, also between the member states, having a joint strategy, and also, of course, between the public and the private sector. And with Horizon Europe, we are partnering up with industry players. We have, for example, we have a partnership with industry of 2 billion euro on clean hydrogen. And the objective of this partnership we have with this industry on clean hydrogen is to make sure that we will have hydrogen available at commercially competitive prices at the latest by 2030. But also we are teaming up with member states and to stick with the topic of hydrogen, for example, and this is under the leadership also of Germany, who really took the leadership role to develop, together with the member states who are interested, a pilot project under the European Research Area on hydrogen. And I think these are extremely promising initiatives, because I really think, you know, of course, member states are completely free to decide how they want to regulate the energy mix at the national level. But I do see a lot of value, and I think it's actually crucial and indispensable that we develop pan-European strategies together to also look at, you know, the strength of different countries. I mean, some countries in the European Union may be extremely strong for wind energy or solar energy. And I think if we can, you know, bring together in a much more systematic way, you know, countries to cooperate together. And what I really liked about this initiative that was led by the German government on hydrogen was that basically, you know, the question was to all European Union member states, like, who's interested to go further? And then it was really interesting to see how that group of member states was gradually growing. And I believe that the risk I see is that if, you know, within the European Union, countries focus too much only within the national borders and miss out on opportunities of cooperation inside the European Union, to really make sure that we can take this big challenge into a competitive opportunity for the European Union as a whole.
One more? No. Maybe a question on all of you. We are not through yet, probably through the pandemics, but we can already say that it was a huge, like a game changer for many topics, for many spheres of life. It has speed up digitalization. It has disrupted many industries. In terms of the plan, what Europe has, in terms of Green Deal and the innovations and all those trends we are now talking about, what has the pandemics brought? Or did it even have any significant influence on the Green Deal agenda or on the topics we are talking about?
I would say that in the perception of many people, the pandemic showed that if it is really urgent and necessary, the state authorities can reduce freedoms very fast. And if we have to act because we have to protect someone, then it may go fast with reducing our freedoms. And one of the judges of the Federal Administration Court in Germany said to me, perhaps the judges in Germany who dealt with the climate case felt the threats that we have to face, on one hand because of climate change, but on the other hand also the threats because of the measures we have to undertake, because we have to reduce freedoms, we have to yes, we have to put a lot of things to the people that they have to accept. And Corona was a time that showed us if we need it, this reducing of freedom can go very fast.
Thank you. Okay, other speakers?
Yeah, I would agree. I don't see that great of an influence, of a direct influence of COVID on the energy and climate questions that lie ahead. Maybe COVID made us look at the problems we have through a kind of a looking glass and accelerated digitization and so forth. But I agree with you. What we have seen is that public authorities can, if they are forced to, act swiftly and effectively if needed. In the energy and climate business, fortunately, it's not about reducing or infringing freedoms, but it's about acting swiftly. And I think this is something we can, draw some lessons from. For example, or my conviction is that we need more pragmatism. We must accept that we will be making mistakes because this, the entire project is unprecedented. So mistakes are inevitable. So we should not try to make everything right from the start. I think this is absolutely impossible. And we should start doing something, building something, then see whether, some corrections have to be made and make the corrections, but sometimes also we have to be bold. I mean, not everything is technology open forever, especially when we are talking about technologies that are connected to infrastructure or depend on standardization. Like, for example, heavy-duty transport. There are several technological options remaining open, like batteries or overhead lines or whatever. And they all depend on standardization and on infrastructure. So an economist would say, so you cannot have 3 infrastructures at the same time because it's inefficient, so you have to take a decision. Maybe exposed that this may turn out to be not to have been the most efficient one, but in order to do something has to be decided. And I think that's what we, in a way, we can learn from COVID and the way we dealt with it.
Yes, I agree, because and to some extent we saw it in the past, in the historical past always, when there was an external shock, like in Japan with the nuclear power accident and stuff like that. Whenever there's a negative, severe shock, the public authorities can act very fast. Whether or not it is in the right way or efficient or effective, this we know then bit later, but then they can act. And even when we look at the financial crisis we had 2008, 2009, we also saw that especially international supply chains were not resilient to that shock. So now we are talking about resilience also for Europe, and there, of course, the idea is really nice, I would support that, but we saw this also now, coming back to your question with COVID, that our supply chains are not resilient. Okay, people are going back to more regional products, like to the farmer around the corner, buying the meat there and stuff. This is good for the regional economy. But when we talk about resilience, the question is whether we really can make it, because we did that already with the financial crisis, we did that already with other crises, and now again, so I would support that idea, but how, the how is for me not really clear.
If I may add to the discussion, for me, I think the first thing, but of course I come from the area of research and innovation, and I think the COVID-19 crisis has shown that science can deliver. And I think the speed with which the vaccines became available on the market is really unprecedented. And I think we can also be very proud of this. And also hopefully it can be an example of the fact that we can also bring innovations quickly also to the market. The second thing I think that we learned from COVID-19 crisis is a lot of solidarity. We have the Recovery and Resilience Facility that is a huge package of support measures coming from the European Union, and the member states are developing their own national recovery and resilience plans. And I think there the solidarity that speaks out of that, I think, is also something that we definitely can take away as a positive learning from this crisis. And thirdly, on the resilience, I agree, and I think again it was a wake-up call. What we did in Brussels is that we, in March of this year, renewed our industrial strategy. That was not a very old strategy, but we renewed it to incorporate really the lessons learned from the COVID-19 crisis, also to see how we can make our European economy more resilient. So I think it is extremely important, and one of the concrete results of this renewed industrial strategy to take into account the lessons learned from COVID-19 is that we in Brussels at the European level are focusing much more and expanding the alliances that we already had, for example, in the area of batteries with industry. So again, you can see here, a renewed focus on public-private cooperation, public-private partnership to the benefit of the European economy.
If I could add to that, yes, that's a very interesting thought, and especially if we see that we cannot be completely sufficient and outproduced. So we are dependent from the international market. We want to interact with international companies and buy and supply, especially Germany is dependent from the international market. So we are exporting a lot of things. So I think it would be very important to go more to highlight this point a bit more.
Well, maybe if we take one lesson from the pandemics about the consequences, we have also seen that like the poorer or more vulnerable communities are being often hit more and severely than, let's say, grown-up and well-financed communities. This is something what you, Professor, study also in connection with this agenda of a Green Deal. I can also take the same kind of a question from the Slido. There are also some people asking about this. What are the threats for the society? What are the threats that the change will come to quickly for, let's say, normal people? When we take the companies or what Slido says, the questions, there is a big fear of that it will be too expensive, everything, this big change connected with the Green Deal. If we ask about the threats for communities, it's not so clear what is the threat. So maybe, Professor, if you could give us a bit more insight, what you're studying, let's say, countries outside Europe, also in Africa and everything. This is something specific, but also an inspiration maybe for those questions.
You mean that environmental transformation will cost us more to
Exactly.
some communities?
What are actually the costs on the social level? What can it bring?
On individual household level, you mean? On household level now, or?
Yeah, what negative impact can it bring? So for the companies, it seems to be clear. It can be too expensive.
The same for each individual agent.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's problematic. We see it at the moment in Germany when we have the elections and the environmental concerns and ideas how to transform our society is a really important topic. So now, and the people and even also small companies, they mainly take the information, wow, higher costs, I have to buy a new car, I don't have electricity at my house, so I can charge, regional products are more expensive, I have to change a lot, and the changes bear more costs. And of course, triggered by CO2 tax, and what is missing, of course, from a psychological way, losses are always higher valued than benefits, and this we can see. What costs more at the moment is more severe than something you may get. But the political authorities miss very often, when I follow the discussion, to say, well, here you get something back. There you have to change, you have to think about reducing something because it's getting more expensive, we're working on better technologies, but here you get something back. Be it a per capita payment from the government after the taxes or whatever. So there are pretty many ideas, and you can recalculate it in modeling on the economic terms, but this information, to some extent, it's not coming to those vulnerable people or people who fear about their existence because they cannot really afford. And that's problematic. And how to solve that, how to bring that information and to go to these people and really to talk to them. And I think that's so important, information, bringing to the people so that they say, okay, well, yes, I don't have to fear I'm losing my house, I'm losing my status quo, I may lose my job, whatever. And this is in each and every country the same. The fear is the same, and their communication skills could be improved, so to say.
If I may pick up on that point,
Yes.
because I think it's an extremely important point, and of course, I mean, we have figures on the cost of inaction. So basically what it would cost if we would not do anything. And then of course you have the economic losses, and of course there are studies, but I don't think it really speaks to these vulnerable groups. If I would say that a global average temperature increase by 3 degrees Celsius would entail annual losses of 190 billion euros, I mean, I don't think these kind of figures would speak to, you know, an individual that belongs to a vulnerable group. The same costs of inaction linked to health risks. And there I have, for instance, a figure I can quote, which is that the economic cost of health-related mortality alone would amount to 40 billion euros per year. But again, I mean, I fully agree that we need to do much more on this communication side of the cost of inaction to make it also speak to individuals, because I mean, these are like global numbers that, you know, people who are concerned that they have to buy a new car and it will be more expensive, you know, it doesn't really speak. So I fully agree. I think in terms of communication, we can improve much more in terms of also demonstrating to the individual that it would actually cost even more to them personally if we would continue a business as usual scenario.
Absolutely. If I may add to that directly. Well, public acceptance, of course, is also you know, a reason of major concern for us because it may endanger the entire project in the long run. So I think what we can do is 4 things. One is bring costs down. This means that you know, climate-friendly solutions are getting more and more inexpensive, so to speak. So in order to bring costs down, we have to you know, ramp up markets to scale new technologies quickly and so forth. That will bring costs down. I think we will see significant cost decreases, for example, for electrolyzers in the very short term, because you know electrolyzers are built on a kind of a manufactural mode, not on an industrial scale. So the costs will be, you know, dropping very quickly. The second is get your incentives right. For example, in Germany we have wrong incentives. Power, for example, is very expensive in Germany because it's heavily taxed and it's burdened with all kinds of levies, surcharges, and so forth. And given the fact that power is about to be the most climate-friendly energy source because it's going to be produced completely carbon-free by 2040 in Germany, why should you tax it? I mean, what you should tax in the end is carbon-intensive consumption, not power. So this is the reason why we need kind of a tax reform in Germany, allowing people to make climate-friendly decisions on their own personal time scale. If they decide it's too early for me or can't afford to buy a new car yet, that's fine. But on the long run, there will be incentives that drive them into the correct direction, if you will. Third is, I think we need to redistribute to a certain degree because the poor will be hit harder. I think this is to a certain extent inevitable. But there's much we can do about this as the industry. But I think in redistribution to a certain extent will be inevitable. And the fourth is convenience. I think the energy transition is getting more and more successful the more and more convenient it becomes for people. For example, if I am allowed to continue to use my gas-fired heating system at home, instead of having it to switch for a heat pump, then maybe it might be more acceptable for me. Everything I have to do is not to run it on natural gas anymore, but instead on biomethane or hydrogen even. So that's way more convenient than rebuilding more or less your entire house for installing a heat pump. And so I think these are 4 approaches that make it more manageable, more convenient, more acceptable also for people with limited resources. Thank you.
I would add one point. I believe that a climate protection policy directed only by the European Union or the state is not sufficient at all, because we depend on the commitment of individuals and the activities of NGOs and companies, so-called a grassroots movement where all the people have to work together. That is why, for example, the environmental associations play an important role when it comes to educating people about climate change and its consequences, fending off climate damaging projects, and critically accompanying state climate policy. And precisely because climate protection requires international efforts, it is important that private actors network interregionally and internationally. Examples include for various platforms on which communities, for example, around the world come together for if they are not sufficient with the climate state protection policy. And so they say that doesn't go far enough for us. So we come together, we exchange our experiences, and we develop local solutions that can serve as a role model internationally. And I think it is really important that all these ways work together. And so for me, as a person that especially works for NGOs, for me it is really important to get into debate, for example, with people who work for industry, because we need a policy that brings the different interests together. And if we don't manage this, then we will fail, I feel.
Okay, thank you. We have like several questions dealing with specific topics, but what is coming again and again is the question of a carbon tax. Would you like to talk about it, about the meaningfulness of a carbon tax?
I can start.
Yes.
The carbon tax is, as a simple political measure, the best one when you would like to be innovative. That's proven. Although, of course, we see that now a lot of products are going to be more costly, but in terms of innovativeness, it's the best instrument. Now you can, of course, a bit change here and there the system of a carbon tax, like cap and trade, there's a standard included, but in the end, carbon tax is the most innovative you have. The only thing, and this is problematic, is when you do such a tax over an entire economy, because normally you should know a bit about the cost structure of companies. So the marginal cost in economic terms, how much are they? And if I add a bit of a tax, then the company should be able to think about, do I stay but pay the tax? Or do I change into a more innovative, environmental friendly technology, and then in the end save and do not pay the tax but have the investment? So, and that's the idea of this innovativeness, that step by step, companies, not this year but maybe next year, and stepwise change their production systems. And in theory, this is the best system we have, instead of having restrictions and regularly systems.
Mr. Jasper.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it's definitely the most efficient instrument. The minor problem with carbon taxes when it comes to carbon tax agreements on the European level is that a tax always requires unanimous consent among the member states. So it's very difficult to implement. So what we've done instead, we implemented kind of a tax, but didn't call it a tax, which is the emission trading system, which has similar effects like a tax, and which works, in my view, quite well. I would say it has some downsides, of course. Predictability isn't as good for investors with an emission trading system as it would have been with a carbon tax. But in both cases, you have kind of a political price. The price level is obviously politically set in the carbon tax system, but it's indirectly also set politically in an emissions trading system. So with some minor volatilities, of course, depending on the state of the economy and so forth. But it's always a kind of political price. But I think it works well. And what we see with the ETS reform that is now at the horizon on the European level, this is also this is all anticipated by investors and people and emitters, of course. And I think that the price signal that we are beginning to see is about to create incentives that will help us significantly at decarbonization and coal phase out and so forth. We are still 1 or 2 steps away from efficient, social costs of carbon price at the EU, which would not be 60 euros, but maybe 160 or 180 euros. But still, the ETS is a way to slowly move people in that direction without creating economic shocks. So I think this is also a very efficient instrument.
Well, the most favorite question now, it's regarding the same what you are actually now saying. The decarbonization requires major changes in market design, framework, and legislation. Are the state bureaucracies ready to and equipped to drive such tasks? This is probably the question of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I mean, this is the kind of the 100,000 euro question, if you will. I'm not sure whether market design reforms are required everywhere. I think European power markets work quite well and do not have to undergo a significant reform. We have discussions about implementing capacity payment schemes, for example, also in Germany, but I'm still not convinced whether this is really necessary, because in a functioning market, this wouldn't be necessary if markets were undistorted. It's a bit different with hydrogen. We've mentioned it already. I think this requires a little bit of design work. fortunately, we do already have an example, which is the market for natural gas. I don't see any significant reason why the way a market for hydrogen works should be different from that a way for a market for natural gas works. So I don't think there are very many significant changes required either. What is required are some technical changes here and there to make the system hydrogen ready, but not in the regulatory environment, I would say. What is important here is the transitional period between the natural gas market that we have today and the hydrogen market that we will have to have by 2040 or something. So the transitional period is the tricky part that requires some intelligent design, if you will, as we have to run both systems in parallel for a limited period of time. So that is the tricky part. Well, when it comes to bureaucrats, that's an issue in itself. I'm not sure whether, at least in Germany, for example, authorities are sufficiently equipped with qualified personnel in order to quickly approve applications, for example, for building new renewable energy sources. We've experienced this many times now. So there is, in my view, there's additional staff needed very urgently to give these authorities the resources that allows them to cope with what lies ahead. And I think this is a huge problem. And there's also some room for improvement when it comes to pragmatic, simplified, quick approval procedures in Germany. But I can only speak for Germany here, but I'm not very familiar with approval procedures in other countries.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe one more specific question, and then I would like to switch to a final part. For the green transformation, we need a lot of critical raw materials. Shouldn't we support the European resource industry to guarantee their green supply? Green supply of the raw materials.
What does green supply mean?
Probably to guarantee that they don't come from like outsourced companies which are more dirty than it would be to make it in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, the discussion we started already quite in the beginning, like we cannot produce everything by our own. That's not possible for the diversity of products we have. So we have to import the same as we want to export. We are dependent, and if we would find rules in terms of standards, international accepted standards, like we have it for food, for example, Global Gap is one we have, that the resources we bring into the European Union fulfill certain standards, which are labeled or not, but like we have it for the biofuel. There we have the sustainable standards, and otherwise they cannot be used to be biofuel in our transport sector. So when we would broaden this, that we can ensure that those resources we are using are completely sustainable in a sense would be good, but we need to have these standards. They are not existing. We have it for different sectors. We have it for the biofuel part. We have it for the food part. We have some governmental ideas, but mainly driven by the private sector. Those big standards are driven by the private sector, and we have to harmonize them and then really, I mean, put them on all resources we want to import to the European Union. Also and this was missed the entire day a bit in the discussion for the material use of renewable resources, which to some extent are in competition also for energy use. When we think about still bioethanol from maize stuff. And this is a big work. I must say. So I think material use value chains are more complex, more lengthy. Niche products are coming into play, and to put them all under one umbrella of political regulations and standards, and hence indicators we have to measure.
Okay.
Would be good.
This is pretty complex. So I have one more question which could be answered by yes or no. It goes to Mr. Jasper. Are companies afraid of possible blackouts, taking measures to secure their energy supply? An example, to keep production running. We've mentioned in the afternoon there is this new study by the DIW, by the prestigious German institute, saying that it is possible to create 100% energy for the economy from the renewables. We have heard there is kind of controversy regarding this study. So just let's answer this in the simple way. Are you afraid of blackout?
You just want me to say yes or no, or do you
Try
also
it.
want me to explain my answer?
Try it and then explain.
No, we are not afraid of blackouts, not at all. There will be no blackouts because we expect that we will be able to live in a world that is completely carbon-free and has a completely carbon-free power system. And we expect this to be reality, at least in Germany, but I think also in my part of the EU by 2040. Because there's no alternative to that. The power sector has to decarbonize first, because costs of decarbonization of the power sector are lower than, for example, in the building sector. But that's the very simple truth. I would disagree slightly with saying that we can base our system entirely on wind and solar. I think that's not going to work, because there are also times when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow. But I would agree that we can base our power system, if you will, indirectly on renewable energies by using hydrogen. We need a kind of a hydrogen backup exactly for the times when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine. For Germany, I think that's some 60 gigawatts or something like that, in that ballpark. And they will be operated with renewable hydrogen, which is storable, which will be inexpensive by 2040 or 2050. And the system will be carbon-free and highly efficient. So absolutely no fears that there will be blackouts. None whatsoever.
Okay, thank you. The question was addressed to Mr. Jasper, but nobody afraid of blackouts? Okay, good. I would like to ask you one common question. We are at the final. We are talking about some innovative ideas. We have heard here great projects being presented for Czech-German cooperation, or maybe on the European level too. What would be your, let's say, front runner or your favorite field of innovation where we can, as Czechs, Germans, or let's say also Europeans, show some advantages, so show some really pretty good know-how, maybe even to the rest of the world on this pathway into the sustainable future? Where are we better than the Chinese or the others? Or aren't we better at all?
You want me to break the ice, or?
Yes, yes.
What comes to my mind first is offshore wind energy. Europe is world leader in offshore wind energy technology. We can build most efficient, most reliable offshore wind turbines. And we are about to see a shift from close to the shore installations or generators to new ones that will be floating. And they are even more efficient because further out on the sea, the wind conditions are even better. So floating offshore, I think is going to be one of Europe's great stories, if you will. Maybe you might always also combine it with the production of hydrogen offshore, which we also expect to undergo significant cost reductions in the next 15 to 20 years.
Offshore wind and hydrogen. Okay, thank you very much.
I have to admit I have no front runners to mention. I think all innovations have to aim to get by with fossil fuels within a few years. But I think in Europe we are good in really discuss the problems we have. And I would wish that we don't only talk about heat and about carbon, that we also talk about livestock farming reducing, that we talk about other factors that are also key factors, for example, for biodiversity, like nitrogen cycle, soil, air, water quality. Furthermore, climate protection and nature conservation are essentially designed for synergies, and the problem drivers are essentially the same. And if I look on the European Union, then as a German lawyer, I can say all the good environmental laws we got in the last years came from the European Union. And we are, how to say, in practice, we can work with, for example, the species directive from the European Union that had a really great effect in Germany. And so I'm convinced that we shouldn't focus on a national climate policy, but on a surely European one.
Thank you very much. Ms. Professor?
Yes, that was a very good point. I agreed that our discussion was very much energy balanced, and yes, in offshore energy we may have competitive advantages, but we lose the focus that we also have to deal with the food and the agriculture sector, thinking that half of the agricultural land which is available worldwide is used for feedstock, not for bioenergy, not for solar, whatever. So to put the focus also on others, and this is directly related to methane and then greenhouse gas emissions in general, not only CO2, also the European Union's action with regard to the agriculture policy. There's also a further big step now going towards a more environmental friendly and sustainable agriculture. So, and this I miss always in this discussion. It's energy is important, yes, but it's not the only topic.
Thank you very much. So I really don't want to suggest that Brussels have to have the last word, but it seems to be the case. So Ms. van der, please.
Thank you. And I think there's only a Brussels because there are the national governments. So I think we're all part of the same team, sitting in the same boat. Well, I already mentioned, of course, I mean, with Horizon Europe, and in particular in the area of energy, climate and mobility, we have 15 billion euros to invest in the next 7 years, and we cover a wide range of topics. I mean, priority areas, cover areas already mentioned, such as the offshore wind, hydrogen, batteries, but also areas such as the connected and automated mobility, decarbonization of the steel sector, etc. But there's one thing that I would like to mention in particular when talking about frontrunners, and this is also something that is very close to my heart, because one of the novelties that we have with Horizon Europe is that we have started 5 what we call missions. And the idea behind the mission is also to bring research and innovation closer to the citizens, to involve citizens more in the activities. And one specific mission that we will be launching later this month will be to have at least 100 climate neutral cities by 2030. And the idea behind this is that we really want to have cities designing a plan to become climate neutral in close cooperation and co-design with all the relevant stakeholders and the citizens of the city. That will be really the novelty of this kind of mission, what we call the co-creation process, in order to have the buy-in from, in the end, the consumers and users from the beginning. So we will launch these missions later this month, hopefully by the 22nd of September. And then the wish and hope is that these 100 cities will then become the experimentation hubs that will really also then inspire, of course, all other cities in the European Union to become climate neutral. But I would like to emphasize that, of course, I mean, we have many technological examples and great progress made, but technology alone is not the answer. I think it's very important to have indeed this engagement of the citizens, so aspects of social innovation, behavioral issues, because I'm firmly believing that that's the only way we can eventually have the changes that we need on the ground and accepted by everybody.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Thank you all the speakers for joining us for this very interesting discussion round. It was hopefully not the last one. The topic stays with us for a long time. So for all of you, there is now the short break before we move to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for this final reception. 2 buses are leaving. We will meet all together at the reception area. Don't forget anything in the cloakroom. And at 6 p.m. The transfer will start. Thank you once more, all the 4 speakers, for joining us. Some of them joining us also at the reception, some of them staying there in the offline world somewhere else. But it was nice to have you here, even thank this technology. Thank you. Have a great evening.
My pleasure.
Very much.